spring festival every year. The family had a good time making dumplings together. Kuan is obsessed with his plot and can't extricate himself. Yang Tiandong persuaded him to lightly enter the house. Master, he hasn't settled accounts with you yet. Kuan looked proud. He had already asked Sun Chang'an to prepare a big supplement for Hanju. Barbecue course. Presumably, his old man will be shocked after eating. Sweep away the gloom. That's when it happened. The Enlightenment ship found that the Master Mother and the Master had come out. Kuan thought that Hanju would be blown up again. Unexpectedly, Hanju and Xian Qinjun were in good spirits. It seems that his cultivation has improved a lot. Kunkin's belief collapsed instantly. Said, "Okay, young master." Han Ling, who said yes. Hanju grabbed his feather collar. "Go on, little cub. I was going to see what you had choreographed for me. The two of us have only been talking for half a year. What kind of story are you going to make up for me?" Qin Junval smiled. "Don't be embarrassed for the little phoenix. Let's get along with my disciples." Said that the Qin army turned into a ball of demonic energy and flew away. "Tell Hanju to see you in the heavenly realm in the future." Hanju sighed in his heart and was afraid of this woman for hundreds of years. "I saw him soar away. I have some regrets in my heart. It must be the ghost of the heavenly Tao manuscript. My Tao heart cannot be held up by women. I wish you all the best for the future." A common case that has been seriously grilled. Hanju came out. "Hand over the foreign guns and ammunition package. Master, you have to make up for it. It's not a long time coming." 7 years have passed in a flash. Jioding Jinren finally led the Yuqing holy sect. The demon brigade returns. On the way, they strayed into the ancient secret realm. It has been delayed for many years. Hanju clicked on the interpersonal relationship to check the email. "Your apprentice Fong Liang met by chance. By chance, I had an epiphany of the great powers of the ancients. Your friend don't take revenge. Obtain the demon luck Dao walk. Your friend Shishuan Fairy strayed into the ancient secret realm. Your way is wrong. Enter the ancient realm. Your friend Jioding Real Person strayed into the ancient secret realm. Your friend has left the world following the gods. Your friend Zhou Fan has been embellished by the righteous path. 10,877 attacks." Hanju Ziz was surprised. Fong Liang, this kid, encountered another opportunity. And so it goes all the way. If you come back, you might already be an immortal. And the one who left the world after the ancestors. Isn't it fragrant to be the first in the world when you are young? Why do you have to fly up so early? Be a little brother to others. Hanju noticed that Mo took revenge and obtained the luck of the demon race. Didn't understand what that meant. The previous demon Dao dynasty seemed to involve the demon clan. Could it be that the demon thief is not dead? "Brother, you have to do it yourself. Don't touch the bottom line." Just when it was, a familiar voice appeared. Behind Hanju. "Husband, I miss you to death." Hanju frowned. "You're going to kill me. You're thinking I'm dead." Elder Han was the one who killed the demon emperor. Jioding Jinren asked with excitement. Hanju asked him not to spread it, so as not to make unnecessary trouble. Today's Yuqing holy sect. It's not yet invincible. Xing Hongxian looked adoring. "Is worthy of my husband. You are definitely the #1 monk in the world now." Fairy Shishuan also showed emotion on her face. Think back to the beginning. How could he have thought of it? This disciple who gave him a headache before. It has become the first in the world in just a few hundred years. Hanju's rise also made him realize something. Talent really matters. If you are talented, you don't need to go out. The growth rate of cultivation is still unique in the world. Gifted walking, even if you often get a chance, still unable to catch up with Tianjiao. Fairy Shishuan said that a true demon has appeared in the world recently. His name should be familiar to you. Hanju said lightly that it was Mo Revenge. Now that you already know, you say what to do. Do you want to give a chase order? If he really smeared the Yuqing holy sect, it is likely to make the world. I feel that the Yuqing holy sect is the Demon Dao sect? Hanju asked. Angry revenge has already started killing. Not really. It's just rumored that he's a real demon. Then leave it alone. For Mo revenge. Hanju has a good impression, but it's just a good feeling. If he breaks through the bottom line, Hanju would definitely not let him go. That's when it happened. Hanju suddenly received a system prompt. The ground leaves have a good impression of you. The current opinion rating is 3 stars. Hanju looked confused. Which small karami is the ground red leaves? Xing Hongxian and Chang Yu were afraid of dragging Hanju down. I want to go out and find a big opportunity. Suki and the dog finally returned home after a lot of hardship. Don't take away your top luck. There are a lot of emotional dramas today. Ladies and gentlemen, you can't wait. You can click on the link in the bottom left corner of the video. Download the Chochio reading app. Search for the pin name in the comment section. Wonderful follow-up. It's enjoyable to see in one go. The book is picked up again. After Jioding Jinren and his entourage returned to Yuqing sect, I rushed to visit Hanju as soon as possible. The crowd was really stunned when they saw the 2 little golden houses. I didn't expect the sun that destroyed the world. It turned out to be the 2 little guys in front of me. Jioding Jinren gave Hanju a big thumbs up. Unexpectedly, the disappearance of the golden house is an unsolved mystery in this world. It was thanks to your old man. If it weren't for my identity, it wouldn't be very convenient. Brother, I really want to bow down to Brother Han. After some pleasantries, Hanju leaned over and came with Xiao Jinwer. The 2 eldest brothers of the Golden House have lived comfortably recently. Just now I received a request from Lingtang. In the future, if the 2 eldest brothers have anything, just tell them. It turned out that Hanju had just received a system prompt. A man named Momiji has a crush on him. Judging by the avatar, she is a rich and beautiful woman. The ground red leaves are unknown. From the Golden House Protoss. He once gave birth to 7 golden houses for his husband. The 2 smallest gold houses are too poor in qualifications. Evicted from the Golden House. The red leaves of the Protoss have always been concerned. You've taken in 2 little houses. Affection for you. If you kill 2 little houses, we'll get the hatred of Di Hongye and never die. The current opinion rating is 3 stars. It turned out that this person was the mother of Kanaya. Fortunately, the 2 little gold houses were not killed. Otherwise, it's dead. This is the first time it has appeared. The system is unable to identify the terrifying existence of Xiuwei. Since there is a good feeling, that's not minding me to be their master. If only I could help the little golden house improve its cultivation. In the future, if you ascend to the upper realm, you may have a backer. Hanju didn't want Jioding to continue to greet here. Let's talk about peace like today. Why don't my sect disciples take advantage of this time? Go out and have a good experience? Jioding said that he also had this intention. Now let's start unraveling the sect and setting it up. Let the disciples go out to find opportunities. As he spoke, he walked away. No bothering Jioding. Hanju planned to continue to cultivate well, even though it is already invincible in the world. He wasn't about to relax either. But it's not the same as ever. This time, he wanted the people around him to stay. Hanju wanted to let it. The ferry of Sichuan is long. I made an appointment to come to him to practice for a while. His promotion to Deshang has not yet dispersed. Just bootstrap is possible. The Sichuan ferry was promoted to the next realm. The invitation was a real surprise. Fairy Sichuan was stunned for a moment. Then he agreed. Xing Hongxian on the side didn't expect it. Hanju invited the Sichuan fairy first. And not yourself. And their own realm increases its speed. Already far behind them. Such a comparison. I am indeed getting farther and farther away from this man. That's when it happened. A hot face came over. Hanju also sent an invitation to Xing Hongxian. Let him come over and practice together. However, Xing Hongxian shook his head. Or I'll forget it. Just have the Sichuan fairy and the eldest girl with you. After all, Fairy Sichuan became an elder of the sect in his early years. Talent is a no-brainer. Miss Chong is not ordinary. What do you think of the two of them? It's better to rest with you than I am. I want to go out for a walk. There might be a better opportunity for me out there. At this moment, Han Ju couldn't understand it. This is the old days. Xing Hongxian will happily agree. At this time, the fairy Sichuan also opened her mouth. I think you're mistaken. I don't have a relationship with Han Ju. It's okay to walk the red beast. I don't mind if my husband has other reasons. I'm just afraid that I will be left behind by you on the path of cultivation. After all, my qualifications are much worse than those of the Sichuan fairy. It is almost impossible to cultivate to the tribulation realm. Heard Xing Hongshuan's sincere words. Han Ju and fairy Sichuan were also silent for a while. Truly, if you want to be reborn, unless you can have a big chance. Xing Hongxian smiles slightly. So, instead of wasting time on a predetermined ending, why don't you go out and give it a shot now? When the time comes, I will be able to fly with my husband. Although I know that you have a lot of strange methods, husband, even if I don't make a shortcut in the end, you can help me with that too. A bloodline with unparalleled qualifications. But I don't want you to see me grow old, husband. I don't want to be reincarnated, serve you with another body. So I had to go out and give it a try. For me, it is also for us to have a long-term future. After listening to these words, another person applauded, and it was Xing Hongxian. I have witnessed the growth of my mentor and disciple. Every time he progresses, I am happy. But every time there is a sense of powerlessness. My qualifications aren't great. Even if you spend your whole life, you can't keep up with your junior brother. So your frustration is clear to me. Though, the cultivation environment of the immortal mountain is unique in the world, but more suitable. Cultivation of high-level powerhouses. Qualifications like ours. Here it can only be a violent licking of heavenly things. I don't want my junior brother to delay my cultivation because of me. So I want to go out too. Look for an opportunity to change yourself. Ro girl, don't mind if I go with you. Let's see which of the two of us can have the last laugh. Saying that, Chang Yue smiled at Xing Hongxian. Xing Hongxian also gave him a look. Of course I don't mind having quite acquaintances. It's like a long-standing plastic sister. Hanjua shook his head helplessly. Now that you've figured it out, then do as you like. But before leaving, you'll have to upgrade your heavenly golem. Now you can go for a walk with me first. Soon after, there are people in the territory of Yuqing Holy Sect again, where this person has passed. Even the strongest soul-chasing flower in the wilderness. And wither for it. Take a look at the boundary monument of the Yuqing Holy Sect. Only then did this person know that the Yuqing sect had changed its name. Finally home. It feels unreal. So many years have been like a big dream. Another voice beside him said, I don't know if everyone is okay, but it's finally back. Master, I'm Suki. Your Qingchuan disciple is back. The unlucky King Suchi arrived at the Yuqing Holy Sect. The demon lord Split Soul appears. Was pinched by Han Ju and rode away. Your top-notch aura is here again. Can't wait for the audience. You can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the Chiu reading app. Search for the top name in the comment area and follow up wonderfully. It's cool to see in one breath. If the Yuqing Holy Sect didn't have Su Qi, Aang Brook didn't shout, since the moment he stepped into the territory of Yuqing. Bad luck ensued up and down the East Gate. A biennial sword rally, because of the sudden change in terrain, caused all the players to fall into the sea. No one knew that this change was brought about by the unlucky king. And Suki, finally to see the master he had been thinking about. Finally, I have to return to the immortal mountain of ascetic cultivation. For hundreds of years, even if the Qing Meng great sage led the demon clan to sweep the world, even if the demon emperor is in the world, everything is silent. Even if the sky falls, the golden house burns, and the sky collapses. Han Ju has never been afraid. But this time Hanju was really afraid. Because just now, he received a system prompt, detected the strongest person in the vicinity, Su Chi, and entered the 7th floor. Hanju cursed the system. Why didn't he say it earlier? How to suppress Suki's bad luck? He hasn't figured it out yet. After all, hundreds of years ago, he is also deceived and deceived. Spends Suki to deal with the demon sect. Who knew that this demon sect was so vulnerable? Now, his power in the world is almost gone. Use this excuse to trick Suki out. Nor realistic. Send it, and you will be safe. Fortunately, the dog came back with him. The suppression of the divine beast of luck may be able to suppress it. It would be better if Fong Liang also returned. That's when it happened. Hanju also found some abnormalities through God-style exploration. It's not just the two of them who came. Others followed. At this time, Su Chi and Guzi had already arrived at the gate of the sect. That's the smell. That's right, no one knows this place better than I do. However, Suki didn't want to go back to the mountain gate immediately. He was going to take the dog to the inner city for a dashing look. However, the dog was stunned. Trembling shouted out the master. Suki turned. It was discovered that Hanju had quietly arrived. Hanju just asked lightly and came back. And Suki was really happy. If you snap, kneel down, and kowtow to Hanju. The task you gave me was finally completed. Thank you to the master for so many years of secret protection. Hanju was very embarrassed. After all, he didn't do this unlucky apprentice much help. Those so-called blessings. It's all his own bad luck. Which Hanju instantly released a slight pressure. Said coldly, the devil's nest was destroyed, and he dared to make trouble. That's a lot of guts. It's not that easy to get into my territory. Su Chi looked confused. Master, what are you talking about? Turkey didn't make trouble. No. Hanju smiled coldly. Suddenly shot. A 9 Dragons demon slayer hit Su Chi hard. Suki was knocked out by the powerful waves, spitting blood from his mouth and falling unconscious. This scene shocked the dogs. Immediately stepped forward and hugged Suki's master. He's your disciple. Why are you doing this? Hanju told the dog to stay away from Suki. Then he continued, sensing Suki's potential. Also tried to guide him to take the route of demon cultivation. Do you really think I can't find you? As soon as the words fell, I saw a powerful demonic chi drilled out of Su Chi's body. This is the first time I've seen a dog in this situation. The demonic aura let out an eerie laugh. One side gradually transforms into a human form. It turned out to be a long-lost demon lord. Your Excellency is so capable. I can even perceive the existence of nothing. Hanju stood ready. Asked coldly, why is your Excellency hidden in my disciple's body? The demon lord sneered. No wonder this kid keeps babbling. Aware of my presence. At the very least, it has to be a big achievement. At this moment, Hanju also received a system prompt. The demon lord has a hatred for you. The current aggro is 4 stars. The demon lord Deshang entered the 7th layer of the split soul state. The strongest demon in the demon Dao for 10,000 years. The demon lord of the cultivator is because you are Suki's master. Hatred towards you. I'll kill you if I have a chance. The current aggro is 4 stars. The demon lord is still in a state of split souls. Anusmi lid slightly. Shoot hard. Cast 6 western souls to control the demon lord's split soul. The demon lord in the state of split souls is naturally invincible. Hanju scolded angrily, daring to make a move on the deity. Beware of risking your disciple's life. My soul is already connected to this boy's origin. If you dare to strike now, his foundation of the divine stone will also be annihilated. You have to think about it. Hanju was unimpressed by his words. What about dumping him handsomely? The demon lord's split soul continued to terrorize. The deity never takes revenge on the night. If you dare to attack my soul, then wait for my ontology to come to you for reckoning. Hanju pretended to hesitate, and said that you are the demon lord. Killing you is what I should do. I'm afraid of trouble, though. If I let you go, this distraction, will you spare my apprentice? When the demon lord heard this, he was disdainful. It turned out to be a broken bag in the end. Let him go, naturally you can say, when separating the demon lord's soul from Suki's god. Suki also woke up. He was shocked to see the demon lord. Is it so long? The demon lord has been watching me all the time. Then when I am happy with my female brothers, wouldn't the demon lord play? Suki's hatred for the demon lord was instantly filled. The demon lord ignored Suki, said goodbye to Hanju. Hanju also said no. The demon lord's distraction quickly slipped away. At the same time, Hanju was prompted by the system again. Blogger's hatred of you is raised. The current aggro level is 5 stars. Hanju saw the hint in front of him. I can't help but be speechless. Your road is really getting narrower and narrower. Suchi hurriedly told Master Hanju. I can't believe him. Be careful that he will come to take revenge on you. Hanju said calmly, we didn't believe it. It's just because I just split my soul and put a long line to catch a big fish. Wait for the demon lord to split his soul and return to the deity's body. I'll give him a taste of the treatment. Originally, just now, Hanju just used the 9 dragons to eliminate the demon Yin-Yang Palace. In fact, he secretly kept a hand, even though the demon lord is on the 7th floor of the Great City Path. I can't find it. He was hit by Hanju's 6 reincarnation marks. Hearing Ji Nai's treatment, Suki was finally convinced. The one who killed Ji Nai, he was the master. Hanju smiled slightly. Come home, you've worked hard all these years. At this time, some of the sect's disciples had discovered that the god of war elder was coming. In order to hide Suki's traces, Hanju grabbed Suchi and the dog, immediately left the sect gate, returned to the immortal mountain. All the disciples immediately came over. Sun Chang'an and Enlightenment Sword are still the first time they have seen them. The second senior brother Yang Tiandong was quite surprised. I didn't expect hundreds of years. This kid has become so strong. Hanju didn't want to delay for a moment. Immediately pull Suki into the cave. Let him immediately begin penance. It's okay. Don't go out and hang around. Right now. Everyone felt a chill in their backs. It's no one else. It was Kuin with a murderous face. He had waited too long for this moment. Long time no see. My dog's son. Not to be outdone. The dog is not to be outdone. Immediately crisped a bite of old phlegm fat chicken. If you don't accept it, let's touch it. Dogs compete for the right to speak. If you want to challenge the demon lord of the little golden house, you can't do it. Was wiped out by Hanju in the air. Don't take away your top luck. Can't wait for the audience. You can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the Chiyo reading app. Search for the name of this work or the pin name in the comment section. Wonderful follow-up to see the cool concave in one breath. The book continues back to the time since the penance was cultivated into the immortal mountain. Suchi was dragged into the cave by Hanju to practice behind closed doors. The Chaos Tengu, on the other hand, has been left out in the cold. As the saying goes, a down-and-out dog is not as good as a phoenix. Kunkin, who has long wanted to pinch the dog, gearing up has begun. Words are constantly provocative, and dogs aren't stupid. Although the momentum does not fall behind. But he knew it in his heart. He is no longer Fei Kuin's opponent at this moment. I've been out and about for so many years. I can't catch up with the stinky chicken that is lazy to eat at home. Losers don't lose. The Chaos Tengu urgently needs to be one of the crowds. He looked around, found that even Yang Tiandong had already reached the realm of transforming into gods. The owner must have passed on the real thing. Although his cultivation can't catch up with me. But the master's tricks are the best at leapfrogging the enemy. The only thing you can touch in front of you is this fat ball, but this guy exudes closeness. Infinite spiritual power. Is it me who suffers from the war of attrition? After I'm gone, What kind of monster did the master take in? This watery Yuan Ingjing girl. You can bully it, but as an ascetic cultivator, to become an immortal. The only female character on the mountain. She must have been loved by her hosts. This man is untouchable. Chaos Tengu hesitates at 3. There must be no retreat at this time. I must show them the strength of my chaos sage. Lest they think I'm out there. You're that little chick. Look at how fierce you look. Come and learn from the great sage. The crowd looked in the direction of the dog's finger. I couldn't help but gasp. Little Golden House didn't expect it either. This stupid dog actually wants to challenge himself. The dog thought to himself, if everyone comes to intercede for this little chick, even if you have a staircase down, in the future, it can be regarded as having the right to speak on this mountain. But he never expected it. No one came to intercede. Instead, they all looked at him with a wicked smile. What are you hiding so far away for? Are you afraid that the great sage will hurt you? The little gold house is still hesitant to make a move. Kuan hurriedly added oil and vinegar to the side. The two big brothers don't have to worry. The owner had long wanted to beat this stupid dog. You can just play as you please. Don't be merciful. Listen to this. The dog's heart ached and came up. Dead fat chicken, don't be arrogant. Today, this great sage is fine. Discipline your little chick for you. Look at the back of the dog who was sent to death. The crowd showed bitter shame. Chungxian Mountain's iconic expression. The dog was about to make a move. I just felt a burst of heat hit me, with the dazzling sunlight twinkling. The great sage of chaos became a dead dog. Inside the great sacred cave mansion, Hanju also saw this through the history of the gods. Nodding his head with satisfaction. They have won my heart. Played beautifully. After all, Suki has been with the dog for so long. I couldn't bear to see him beaten. Talked about the dog's captivity in the demon land. Hanju told him not to worry. This dog has to suffer something. Otherwise, this ambition will not be recovered. Said Hanju. The sealing of Suki has been completed. In order to suppress Suki's bad luck, he's wasted a lot of effort. Hanju told Kuan. In the future, Suchi could only cultivate in the cave. You guys are fine, don't go fishing with him. You can get the master's personal guidance in the cave. This is simply envious of Yang Tiandong and others. Even the enlightenment sword that has been living in the cave was also kicked out by Hanju. I heard that Suki could get the clear message. The dog was even more sad. The whole dog doesn't feel like it's going to love anymore. Kun disakred. Once the master is in retreat, it is several years. Can this stupid dog stand it? Come on, this thing you hold. Let's go to team building in a moment. The dog doesn't know how to cultivate into a fairy mountain. Rules of the Air Force Brigade. There are new people joining. Everyone must go fishing to celebrate. From now on, Suki will be on the mountain. I'm afraid you're going to have to go down for a long time. At this moment, Hanju received a system prompt. Your apprentice Fong Liang was attacked by demon beasts. Your disciple Fong Liang was attacked by the demon saint. Deeply injured. Lucky enough to pass by. Close call. Your friend Mo Vengeance inherits the magic power of the demon Tao. The Tao is long, and your friends sacrifice to the gods and return to the world. Feel the controversy between heaven and earth. Step into the realm of the big city. Your buddy Gold. Attacked by your friend Mo for revenge. Seriously injured. Your Dao Lu Xian Qin Jun sword. Become an immortal. Fortune skyrocketed. Your apprentice Murong Chi met by chance. Flesh metamorphosis. Your friend Zhou Fan has been attacked by righteous path modifications. Hanju looked down. I feel that the cultivation realm is much more peaceful than before. He suddenly remembered the demon lord. I don't know the demon lord's split soul. Whether or not they have returned to the Buddha figure body. He began to sense the 6 marks on the demon lord's split soul. At this moment, on the other side of heaven and earth, a lonely desert is covered with wind and sand. except for the demon lords sold to the mark. Hanju also sensed the existence of another mark. There are three people in front of the demon lord. It's Mo Revenge, Lord Mo, and a woman in robes. I saw that the three of them showed disbelief on their faces. True demon warrior. This is where you Moga came from and what your mission is. Your Moga bloodline. It is to assist my demon race to subvert the world, so that you Magia can all retire and ascend to immortals. The demon lord's terrifying filial piety. Mo said through gritted teeth, we can't control our births, but we will never become demons of trouble. Demon Lord G. Filial piety. Have you killed fewer people? I didn't do it on purpose. A lot of times I was forced to do so. What about your brother Zhou Fan? You remember how you killed him? Mo's revengeful face instantly became gloomy. Zhou Fan's death was the biggest heart disease in his heart. Every time I think of Zhou Fanhua's revenge, I feel extremely uncomfortable. I was tormented inside. It can be said that life is worse than death. Mo Zhu's equally tasteless life said, let's just die of this heart. We Moga will never be traitors. Seeing that the three people of Moga were unmoved, the demon lord was a little angry. Feel the imminence of death. Lord Mo thought of Hanju again. Compete with the demon lord with our strength. I'm afraid I'm going to hit the stone with an egg. Hanju, I'm afraid we're going to see you again in the next life. At this moment, the eyes of the heavenly puppet flashed. It seems to lock on to the demon lord's body with his gaze. At this time, the robed woman, that is Mo Ghost, the head of the Mo family, interjected. The demons want to control the mortal world. How the fairy gods think. Even the demon emperor couldn't succeed. How many years will it take us to succeed the demons? Did you send a strong helper? The demon lord snorted at him. Even without you, the demons would have succeeded. As for the powerful helpers sent by the demons, this is it. His tone was full of confidence. Mo Ghost couldn't help but ask, you're stronger than Mo's. That's nature. Can Mo be compared with this? The deity is now half a step into the 9th layer. The reason why I didn't shoot before, just for Namor's. It's just a test of the strength of the right path. The demon lord's words were full of disdain for Mo, as if to say, Mo, I want you. This conversation was seen clearly by Hanju through the puppet. The demon clan really vain my human race's heart is immortal. Just as Shang dared to plan a conspiracy. It's just looking for death. After saying that, Hanju raised his right hand. The middle finger points to the horizon. Bloodfish between. A terrifying wave of crows struck. The startled demon lord subconsciously wanted to turn his head to look. He only felt the sword light shining on the back of his head. The demon lord didn't have time to react. A sword chi shot out from Yu Guang bias. Immediately after the overhead in the spatial rift, a demonic overtone sounded. Heaven and Earth Xianwang broke the ring and pointed at the sword. There was a loud bang. The sword aura swept by, drowning the demon lord's form. Hanju withdrew his sword finger. Said coldly, didn't you take revenge overnight? Just be willing. It's the same with Lao Tzu. Hanju wiped out the demon lord with a sword. Eliminate hidden dangers. Loaded into the long river of Kendo. Learn the secrets of the upper realm. Don't take away your top-notch charm again. Can't wait for the audience. You can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the Chiu reading app. Search for the name of the work or the pinned link in the comment section. Wonderful follow-up, see it in one breath. The book was picked up, and the demon lord didn't have time to react. A sword chi shot out from Yu Guang bias. Heaven and earth are yellow. The sword-breaking fingers swept through, drowning the demon lord's figure, bringing a terrifying strong wind. Almost flew out of the three of Mo's revenge first. The sword chi came quickly. It dissipates quickly. But Maju opened his eyes. I was surprised to find that the mountains in front of me were flattened one after another. I can't see the demon lord. I can't feel his demonic energy. The demon lord was instantly destroyed. Mo Ghost looked frightened. A monster that has entered the ninth floor in half a step was directly killed by the mysterious sword cultivator. How strong the person whose shot is. Mo Revenge also felt. Peking Opera can kill Desheng in one blow. I'm afraid only the immortals hidden in the world can do it. Thankfully, we didn't say yes directly. Otherwise, we might have to die. Lord Mo hurriedly packed his luggage in all directions. Thank you, seniors, for forgiving him. I'm afraid that the other party is making a move. Hanju couldn't help but ferment when he heard his words. Mo Revenge looked at Mo Ghost. Asked, "The demon lord is dead. Ancestor, it's time to put down your careful thoughts. Where do we go next?" You said it before. The Mo family is very large. What remains in the smoke is only a small branch. With the family encountering Tulu, the local tribes are not as good as the following. But like us, there will always be people who will survive. I think we might as well look for it. A people scattered throughout the heavens and the earth. Then go back to the Mo family land together. Lu Dekingshan is no longer afraid of running out of firewood. Mo Ghost understands that the demon's chi is exhausted. Desheng Jin was easily killed. What's more, he is only in the realm of tribulation. So he agreed to Wood's offer of revenge. Mo Zhu asked, "Brother, you don't want revenge?" Mo Vengeance touched his sister's head. Talked about the catastrophe suffered by our Mo family. It's all because of the planning of the demons. If you really want revenge, we'll have to wait until we're strong enough to fight the day of the demons. Now we can only find the clansmen first. The road must be full of hardships. I don't know when I will be able to gather his people. Maju wanted to speak and stopped. He wanted to say that since the Mo family didn't take revenge, then can he go back to the Yuqing holy sect? But on second thought, the Mo family still needs to be saved. He can't leave it at this time. Pick so many years have passed. Xing Hongxian. Chang Yuer's relationship with Hanju must be closer. He was afraid that he would drift away from Hanju. Maju suffers from gains and losses. I turned around and forgot to glance in the direction of the holy sect. The expression was full of loss. Inside the congenital cave, Hanju felt a lot more relaxed. It's better if the demon lord had killed it earlier, lest he be another moth. It influenced his cultivation and that of his disciples. But then again, how strong are the demons? Why didn't the gods intervene? If Hanju himself is the lord of heavenly court, see the demons attacking the mortal world, can understand that the demons are developing downline. We must stop it. Hanju suspected that something might be wrong with the upper realm. Otherwise, ask your husband about his heart. Hanju felt a pity. So he began to have an epiphany about the three clears, while enhancing the essence of this supernatural power. While going to see Changhe, go to find her husband Xing. Hanju came to see Changhe, passed past the figures of swordsmen, finally met her husband Star. Brother hasn't seen me for a long time. I heard the clumsy voice. Husband Xing knew who was coming. There's something wrong with the special meow. Desheng has entered the third floor, and it has not yet soared. Hanju's helpless filial piety. I have enemies in the upper realm. It's true that you don't dare to soar. I see. So you're here to ask about it. Hanju praised her husband for being like a god. I'm here to ask. The mortal realm has been invaded by demons. Why didn't the gods intervene? The husband said calmly that the upper realm was in turmoil. Heaven is too busy to take care of itself. Where can you still control the mortal realm? But it won't be long. Heavenly court will restore order. The upper realm is in turmoil. Hanju asked curiously. The upper realm can still be chaotic. What happened? Jean Lone Star said that the demon clan had a great demon saint disobey the discipline of the heavenly court. There was a big disturbance in the heavenly court. There may be a big force behind this great demon saint. This makes it impossible for heavenly court to suppress it in a short period of time. But with the background of the heavenly court, it will be solved soon. Be patient. The last three strong, Shingon, Heavenly Court Buddhism. The second is the Dragons. Phone Clan, Golden House Divine Clan. There is also the Kirin Clan. The second-rate forces of the Shura Clan and the Demon Clan. Below, there are also mysterious Daomen and Gu Immortal clans and so on. The era of demons is long over. The Demon Gong can only be regarded as a second-rate force in the upper realm. Hanju continued to ask, after the mortal ascension, is it to join Heavenly Court directly? Husband Xian said that you want to be beautiful. There are many ascending platforms in the upper realm. Connect the heavens and the mortal realms. Most mortals after ascending. You can only join the immortal cultivation sect in the upper realm. And a handful of extremely talented people. It will be in heaven. Such a big force as Buddhism Shingon takes a fancy to it. You can think about it then. How to choose when the time comes. With your qualifications, you are bound to encounter such a choice. It's your squad timing. Once selected, it's hard to change anymore. Hanju continued to ask, which side do you think I should choose? Zhang Gong rolled his eyes. Don't think hard with me. I am alone in the heavens, and I have no background of power. You are a Terran. It is best to choose Heavenly Court or Divine Skill. I heard the word Shingon. Hanju remembered Morongqi. So she asked her husband Xing. I've heard of the Miaojin God Emperor. Husband Xing said that it was the god of war, of divine skill, although it has been a long time since it fell. But it was also an invincible existence in the first emperor level. But how can you be immortal who knows about the Miaojin God Emperor? Hanju can only say that he has heard of it by chance. I can't say that the system told him. Hanju continued to ask, what is the relationship between the Miaojin God Emperor and the divine skill? Zhang Lone Star said it was not clear. However, it is said that the reason why the Miaojin God Emperor fell, it is related to the struggle within the Shingon. The Miaojin God Emperor was besieged by many previous emperors of the Demon Clan. Not only did the gods not support, after the fall of the Miaojin God Emperor, Shingon did not erect a statue for him. Hanju heard that it was not good. Murongqi has a blood feud with the Heavenly Palace. I'm not interested in this miracle. Exploits and persuasion. Hanju should ascend early. Don't waste time. With Hanju's qualifications, just join the big forces. Those enemies will not look for trouble. Zhang Gongxing also sent Hanju a word of advice. After the ascension, not a Tai, heavenly immortal. Don't be born to travel. Han Yusmi lid of Kwadli. My predecessors and I are really in the same way. But even if I went to Tai Tian County, I won't be born to travel. After all, my enemy is Suzuko. The husband's heart dragged Hanju. He couldn't believe his ears. You say your enemy is Suzuko. Then you better not soar. Paint early. Jump into reincarnation and rebuild. Hanju saw Changha and learned the true purpose of Bitian. The Swan Dojo appears, plotting for 500 years to descend to the mortal world. Don't take away your top luck. Can't wait for the audience. You can click on the link in the bottom left corner of the video. Download the Chiochio reading app. Search for the name of the video or pin the comments section. Wonderful follow-up. See it in one breath. The book is picked up again. The heart of the battle is known. Hanju's enemy in the last session turned out to be Suzuku. Persuade him to reincarnate quickly. His vermilion bird ancestor is a Qi Yun divine beast. Even if it's Heavenly Court divine skill, Buddhism will stammer if the Suzuku is looking for trouble. It is estimated that the three major forces will turn a blind eye. No matter how talented you are, you also climbed up from the mortal realm. It's impossible to compare to others. Bird Hongmiao is listening to my advice. Jump into the reincarnation of the scattered palace to rebuild. Let's live again with a different identity. The reincarnation of the good gift doll is rebuilt. Hanju was not calm at all. He is not Xing Hongxian. Chang Yuer waited for her mother-in-law. Reincarnation. Someone helped them recover the memories of their past lives. He was on his own. Hanju asked her husband Xing if there was any other way. Husband Xing said that he had a roommate, but that kind of thing can't be obtained by chance. As far as he knew, there was a spirit stone related to the heavenly Tao. You can avoid the restrictions of the heavenly Tao, even if you go beyond the mortal realm, the upper limit of the level. There is no need to cross the catastrophe. You can continue to stay in the mortal world. Such spirit stones are not rare in the upper realm. There are often gentlemen who rely on this kind of spirit stone to go down to earth. However, the heavenly court flame made the immortal realm creatures unable to descend to earth. Once discovered, it will be dealt with according to the rules of the day. If you really have a chance to find it, you can cultivate to surpass the Shizuku clan. After that, it will soar again. The more Hanju listened, the more familiar he felt. A stone that can hide from the way of heaven. Isn't that my blue sky stone? Fong Liang, Fong Liang. You're just a little angel who has lost my footing. Now Hanju was completely relieved. The dog that can rest assured next. Phew, it's a reassuring hard rest. Thank you for your advice. I'll see you next time. After the baggage is included, cross the Battle Lone Star and continue to move forward. Battle Lone Star shook his head slightly. Say no more. Inside a dark cave. Blood demon ancestor. White-haired mushrooms. The greedy Arhats meditate on a relative. The faces of the three of them were extremely gloomy. Between them hung a crystal ball. The demonic energy inside the crystal ball surged. Luo Chio demon is dead. A cold voice rang out. The blood demon ancestor took a deep breath. Said that he was killed by Qianjiao of Tianxian Mansion. And not only him. This time, we were all seriously injured in the service of the demons. Even the demon emperor sent it. A cold voice followed. Why do you want to work for the demons? You are going to betray this world. Hearing this, the three flavors Demon Tao Supreme was silent. Where do they really want to work for the demons? It's not because the conditions given by the demons are too tempting. The greedy Arhut sighed. Bah. I don't play anymore anyway. I'm going to fly up like the demon lord. The white-haired mushroom asked him if he was willing to fly like this. The current cultivation of the greedy demon. Even if you soar up, you won't be reborn. The greed demon said that he certainly understood the rules of ascension. The higher the cultivation before the ascension. After ascending, the more cultivation skyrockets. But in his own strength. If you continue to stay in, I'm afraid there is only one dead end in the world. Rather than life and death, it's better to go up and live. Don't ascend just yet. I saw a flash of inspiration from the crystal ball. A figure was projected. Up to 500 years, the Tao will go down to Earth himself. The Taoist priest later destroyed the Tianxian Mansion. And it's not too late to wait for the ascension. This figure is the Swan Taoist. I'll introduce you to the East Gate of the Upper Realm. Let you have something to rely on. Said to throw out the eyeless Taoist. 3 magic weapons like spirit bones. The 3 of you put it away. When this thing shines, it will be the day when the Tao descends to Earth. The eyes of the 3 blood demon ancestors lit up. If you can destroy the heavenly immortal mansion, that's great. The peerless Taoist instructed the 3 of them not to be in the Dali demon clan. Heavenly court will soon attack the demons. 20 years have passed in a hurry. Since the day Suki came home, the enlightenment sword was driven out of the cave, forced to sleep in the mountains. He couldn't figure it out. Why did the master kick him out? You might as well say the grandmothers are back. What's the matter with putting a man in the cave? While he was in a broken mind, Hanju called him into the Xiantian cave mansion and told him that he had wronged him all these years. In the future, the ban on Dongfu will be lifted. You can move in and live. The enlightenment sword looked around at the cave. No trace of Suki was found. Hanju pointed to a cellar-like hole. Tell him that Suki dug another cave in the cave. Be his place of asceticism. Underground and closed. The aura is also more concentrated. Hanju asked the enlightenment sword to pass the order. If there is no order from him, no one was allowed to disturb Suki. Bitter rest is said to be bitter rest. Hanju knew how strong Suki's negative buff was. I hope this kid can live in peace underground. In the past 20 years, the breakthrough speed has been rapid. Hanju is quite satisfied. Up to 100 years, he will be able to storm the realm above the great city path. Hanju took out the angel and looked at it carefully. I couldn't help but sound Fong Liang Hanju again. Pull up the email and start viewing. Your friend has been ascension. Fortune skyrocketed. Your friend has returned to Earth following the gods of your ancestors. Feel the controversy between heaven and earth. Step into the realm of the big city. Your friend don't take revenge. 4,897 attacks on righteous paths. Your buddy gold. 78,834 attacks by monsters. Thy Tao travels to the heavens, straight into the Taoist temple of the land ancestors. Your friends often meet, and strayed into the Taoist temple of the land ancestors. Jikong Daoyu has soared, and the 7 immortal gods are back. What the hell is it? Could it be that he left the world by relying on the secret method of the heavenly immortal mansion? Xing Hongxian and the others wandered around blindly. What is this land fairy? This time the email message was very long. There is another page at the back. Your apprentice Fong Liang strayed into the ancient forbidden land. Obtain the peerless sword as the master. Your disciple Fong Liang uses the heaven and earth divine fruit. Repair for the skyrocket. Your apprentice grandson Fong Liang entered the heavenly immortal mansion. Luck grows. Your disciple Fong Liang is favored by the heavenly immortal mansion Palm sect. Obtain mystical exercises. Your apprentice son Fong Liang accidentally bumped into several immortal god cultivators. A little feeling. Swordsmanship is refined. Your apprentice son Fong Liang Lu was seriously injured and killed by demon cultivator. Get a lot of ammo. Your apprentice son Fong Liang awakens the Excalibur sword spirit. Harvest Excalibur swordsmanship. Your disciple Fong Liang is like a mysterious beast. Get the deed. Bless your disciple Fong Liang. Obtain the approval of the soul face of the ancestors of the heavenly immortal mansion. Sit heavenly immortal mansion, great divine power. Hanju counted carefully. In just 20 years, Fong Liang has obtained 9 opportunities. It's like leaving the big axe. Sure enough, the aura of the son of heaven and earth is so magical. Wait until this kid comes back. I'm afraid it's already a big progress. That's when it happened. A mana sound entered Hanju's ears. Listening to the voice, it is the worship of the gods. The official road has the culmination of my breakthrough. Let's come out and have a fight. Just broke through the big achievements and came looking for trouble. This time it seems that there is some serious illness. Out of caution, Hanju used a simulated trial to fight first. It's still a spike. Previously, after the end of the Demon War, many holy places led by the heavenly immortal mansion have joined forces. The demon path of the fight is retreating one after another. It's like a rat crossing the street. The righteous sect is also aware of the output still. There are shortcomings. Have begun to cultivate their own Tianjiao. For a while, there were many newcomers. Mr. G killed Luo Kudman. The record of destroying millions of demon cultivators is a venture capital for a while. Five Tails occupy the first place on the hot search list all year round. But the mystery of killing the demon emperor. The identity of the grooming has not been revealed. As a result, he was unable to sit still. The name of the world's first modification. This has also become one of the few knots in the hearts of several immortals. At this time, several immortal gods were waiting for Han in the mountains and forests dozens of miles away. Jun thinks that he lost to the demon emperor that time. It's an employee of Deshang who is in his own position. This made Guan Daoyu pick up the cheap. Now the breakthrough is complete. Presumably, it is no longer a problem to destroy the demon emperor. It shouldn't be a problem to win the official Taoist. The elder of the heavenly immortal mansion was defeated by my forbidden. Just beat you. I am truly the number one in the world. Come to think of it, several immortals were full of blood. The words in my heart also blurted out. Let's have a dignified showdown. Let the world see who is the first. That's when it happened. Hanju quietly appeared behind several immortal gods. Here's a sticker for him. What are you muttering about, a few friends? Hanju took advantage of the situation to knock Mr. G on the tree. Several immortals were shocked when he came. I didn't even notice it. Xiao Ji, are you missing me again? Hanju greeted Mr. G's challenge. The first place in the world fell to the sailors. Don't take away your top luck. Friends who can't wait can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the Chio reading app. Search for the name of the video or pin the comment section. Wonderful follow-up. See it in one breath. The book is picked up again. Season. Mr. In order to deserve to be the first in the world, come and challenge Hanju again. Previously, he had defeated all the heavenly immortal mansion elders. Not only has it been recognized by the heavenly immortal mansion, he even wanted to pass on the position of the head of the Tianxian mansion to him. There is the first person in the world to take charge of the Tianxian mansion. It will surely command the right way in the world. However, there are also different voices. Some think the first in the world is the mysterious modification of killing the demon emperor. If you don't defeat him, following this hurdle in the hearts of the ancestors, it has never been overcome. Guan Yu Dao Yu. In the upper realm, I have comprehended new supernatural powers. You and I are a must. How high and low? Only then did Hanju understand. The reason why the god left the world was to break through. And the purpose of the breakthrough is to come to him to compete. But just now in the mock trial, Hanju had already seen the heart of the ancestors. That's all there is to it. Hanju was hesitant at the moment. What he was worried about was not how to defeat the sacrificial gods. It's how not to kill the sacrifice to the gods. It should take a few % of his cleverness to tie up his life. And Hanju's hesitant look seemed to Mr. G. It is possible that the official road is afraid. If you knew this, there was no need to discuss it privately. It should be the first emperor to worship the sky. Then gather all the factions in the world to watch the battle. Beat him in the limelight. It is logical to win the first place in the world. Just when Mr. G was self-absorbed, I only heard Hanju ask cautiously, "If I win this time, will you come to me again in the future?" When Mr. G heard this, he was immediately upset. "What do you mean? You're pretending to be too bullish. It's impossible to win my paragraph. I, Mr. G, are invincible in the world. Before, it was just that the realm was weaker than you. Now I will prevail against you. You just used the trick of killing the demon emperor. I'm going to come and come. You hit me and try it." Hanju was really speechless. Why do young people have to die? Isn't the bright future of the big city worth cherishing? How do you know that Mr. G continues to be aggressive in Guandao? Are you afraid of losing to me? Opportunity you must. If you don't agree, I will dwell on your hill. Hanju is helpless. It is worth promising you that he will learn. It's still the same old rule, though. We had to find a vacant lot. The flowers and plants on this mountain cannot be damaged. After meeting the two of them, they came to a wasteland and stood still. Following the ancestors, God took the lead. I saw his arms shook. Golden lightning burst out all around his body. This trick is the lost secret method of the upper realm Buddhism. The effect is similar to the anti-Shang armor in King's Canyon. As long as you don't get broken by your opponent, the damage can be returned to the attacker. Mr. G said confidently, "If you break my trick, I will not bother you again." However, no one in the heavenly immortal mansion can break this move. You will never take care of Guan Yu Dao Yu. Said that the sacrifice of the ancestors made a direct move. The aura formed a golden pagoda around him. However, Hanju was worried. Can the sacrificial god block his sword finger? Then he slowly raised his right hand. Raise your middle finger to worship the gods. Hanju increased the spiritual power in his middle finger to 3%. The arrogant fermentation of the sacrificial gods. This is the sword chi of Cinnabar Modi. I thought your kendo was amazing. Hanju was silent. Slowly increased the spiritual power to 50%. Following the ancestors, the gods instantly became dumbfounded, because Zhou Shun's Reta actually had a crack. At the same time, he felt it. The spiritual power fluctuations released by Hanju were still improving. Will it be unstoppable if it continues? Will it die? Both the gentlemen changed his mind and dispelled this thought. How can it be? I'm the strongest Tianjiao in the history of the heavenly immortal mansion. How could it be dead? The sword's sacrifice ancestors are resisting to the death. Hanju continued to ascend heaven and earth Xianwang, the spiritual power of the sword-breaking sword. When it is increased to 8%, it was already very difficult to worship the gods. But hubris carried him away. I saw him release all his spiritual power, all pressed against his anti-wound armor. He wanted to bet that Hanju couldn't break his room. A final moment. Mr. G gambled his all. It was also at this moment he finally saw Hanju's horror. Hanju used 90% of his spiritual power. With a wave of the middle finger, the sword finger will be shot. Wait for Mr. G to stop suddenly. Grabbed Hanju's middle finger. Hanyu vitre. Surprised, he asked what happened to the airway. Mr. G said with a slightly red cheek. It occurred to me just now. I forgot to turn off the heat when I was cooking soup at home. I've got to go back first. Hanju also tried his best to cooperate and forgot to turn off the fire. I'll have to go back quickly. The weather is dry. Watch out for the candles. Since the official road doesn't want me to bother you, then we'll talk to each other when you're free. After saying goodbye, Mr. G turned around and left, turned into after images, quickly disappear into the mountains and forests. Hanju shook his head. This young man, can you bend and stretch very much? Hanju was just about to return to the Xiantian cave mansion. Another old man came to visit. The person who came this time was Du Fu. Du Fu said that he came to say goodbye. Hanju expected that he was going to soar. Before leaving, he wanted to visit Suki, no matter how you say it. Suchi was also the last disciple of the Demon Encounter sect. Before the ascension, he had to say goodbye. It can be regarded as cutting off mortal dust. Looked at Du Fu's sincere eyes. Hanju was also quite helpless. It's not that I have the intention of preventing you from seeing each other, but I advise you to be cautious as you ascend. After all, you don't drink while driving. Drink alcohol and don't drive. Are you right? The three-headed King Jiao was born in search of a divine object. Lock the Fusang tree and want to clear the middle and encounter another crisis. Don't take away your top luck. Can't wait for the audience. You can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the Chiu reading app. Search for the name in the top left corner of the video or pin the comment section. Wonderful follow-up. It's cool to see in one breath. The book is picked up again. In the snowstorm of Dian Beijing, the Demon King knelt on the snow and shivered. In front of him stood a huge figure. Is asking him to tell the situation of the holy sect who wants to clear it. The Demon King replied tremblingly. There live an immortal. The figure snorted nonsense. How can immortals live in the mortal world? The Demon King swore an oath. Today, all day. The Yuqing holy sect is definitely the most terrifying place. I even think the heavenly immortal mansion did not have the horror of the Yuqing holy sect. When Yan's figure was also silent. But I heard another voice on the left, boss. We broke through the table and came out. It is to find the divine object that attracts us. Now that you have a clue, you can't back down. He's right, boss. We must eat the artifact. At this moment, another voice sounded on the right. The figure began again to calm them both down. He said he didn't know why he was in the middle of the road. It will be inexplicably chilling. The two voices on the left and right express confusion. We are the cultivation of the 6th floor of Deshang Path. who can kill us in this world. That being said, but that sense of uneasiness does exist. Listen to the three voices. You say what I mean? The demon king was nervous, lest they be angry and eat him. In the end, the three voices agreed. Let's talk about the advanced Big Smoke. While walking, he investigated and found out the situation of the Yuqing holy sect. Suddenly, the huge eyes glared at the demon king. Stand up and let me see. The serious demon king's soul is about to fly away at this moment. Trembling and holding up, your coat is good. Get a new one for the king. And so, it was peaceful for another half a year. On this day, Joding real people visited. Brought an update on the development of the loud noise event. The loud bang half a year ago. It is caused by the birth of ancient fierce beasts in the territory of the demon clan. Henyun Veikli Fit. The cave of the Fusang tree is related to the beast. Subsequently, Jioding Jinren took out the information of the red monkey in front of him again. A red monkey with a height of 1.5 meters reported. This demon is called the three-headed Jiao King. This delicate blood is mixed with wings, can be met with wind and rain, and is cruel by nature. The strength is extraordinary. I heard that this demon is looking for a fetish. It's coming in the direction of our geese. Now Hanju decided. This demon must have come to the Fuso tree. Hanju asked the red monkey if this demon was developing power. The red monkey indicates that this demon likes to devour its kind. Since the day he was born, he has been ostracized by his fellow clansmen. No one wanted to work for him. Jioding and Li Qingzi often lost a sigh of relief. That's fine. At least not like the devil's way. What are the three wars set off? Hanju turned his head to look into the distance, thinking puzzled. Now that half a year has passed, why did he delay coming? Is it vigilance or is plotting something? Hanju's housewife and the two took care of the affairs of the sect first. Don't stab us at the back first, since I can't figure out what he's going to do. Then take the book of bad luck to solve it. Subsequently, Jioding Jinren received some more. The recent development of the Yuqing holy sect. He intended to bring Murong Qi, cultivated as a great disciple of the Yuqing holy sect. There is the right to command. The rights of the sect disciples are not as good as those of the elders except for their status. Substantive authority is higher than that of elders. Murong Qi really surprised Jioding Jinren. I didn't expect this son's talent to be so terrifying. Hanju has no opinion on this. Let Jioding real people watch it. Jioding real people are even thinking. Other disciples under Hanju. Could it be so powerful? But he didn't dare to ask. Hanju can make Murong Qi the holy sect of Yuqing. The potency is good. Many years later, someone asked which one was the strongest in the world. I'm afraid that only this penance has become an immortal mountain. Another 13 years have passed. The location of the Demon King tourists arrived at the Wild Goose first. The cultivation realm once again ushered in a patchwork of long vacations. The tour guide leads the affair tourists, and new disciples came to the penance to become an immortal mountain. Worship to the statue of the elder of the god of war. It was to the realm of the Yuqing holy sect. You can worship here, but don't go any further. Some new disciples wondered why. So many people can't afford to bow down here. The tour guide explained. Several apprentices of the god, slaying elder back then. They all bowed down here. Future generations want to follow suit. Gain the opportunity to soar within the sky. The strength of the god of war elder is not blessed with an arrow. But now the sect is the most bullish senior brother. He is his disciple. Just as everyone was listening to the explanation, an army green figure appeared in the crowd. Whoever can kill the pig bucket and the reckless sage. It's the god of war elder. Found a place. At the same time, Hanju also received a system prompt. He was already on the 5th floor, looking at the hint. Sneered. It's been 13 years, and you're finally here. The three-headed death is on the 6th floor. Descendants of the true dragon. Is not a small source. It's kind of interesting. Shun sure looks. Hanju's divine stone followed the breath tracking, immediately locked on the strange face in the crowd. Three-headed scorching death looks like this. The three-headed Jiao King was led up the mountain by Hanju. Such a strong person is here to apply for security guards. Don't take away your top luck. Can't wait for the audience. You can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the Chiu reading app. Search for the name of the video or pin the comment section. Wonderful follow-up. It's cool to see in one breath. The book is picked up again. The three-headed Jiao King is looking for the sacred Fusang tree. Has come to the foot of the mountain of ascetic cultivation into immortals. It was learned that he was a descendant of the true dragon. Just in case, Hanju planned to come to a wave of simulated trials first. Even though I've played countless mock trials, Hanju still doesn't know. How big is this virtual space? Looking at the huge three-headed Jiao King body in front of him, Hanju's is amazingly big. It's huge. In the moment he stopped, the three heads are killed and directly opened. Only then did Hanju react. There are no tricks in the mock trials. The dragon's three heads spewed out directly, a flame that destroys the world. Instantly in a simulated proving ground, a deep crack burned. Although Hanju can be light, release the blow, but he's also worried. This will wipe out the Yuqing holy sect. After all, the other party is a great cultivator. You can't let the other party get the first move. For the sake of underpinning, Hanju asks the simulated opponent to take out the right. He dodges and doesn't fight back. I want to see if the other party has a chance to hurt him. However, Hanju was still disappointed. The three-headed king exerts all his strength. It can't hurt Hanju in the slightest. Such a large physique is really white. Hanju still only relied on one move to break the ring of heaven and earth Xinhuang. A sword finger kills it instantly. After exiting the battle, Hanju found that the Fusang tree was no longer shaking. Hanju suspected that this technique was performing a predatory skill. Seeing that the three-headed Jiao King came with the purpose of eating it, Hanju once again detected the position of the three-headed Jiao King. I found that the dumpling head was still there. Kneel with other disciples at the foot of the ascetic immortal mountain. Hidden breath, no one saw through the realm of his minister. Now it seems that this foot king is quite peaceful. If you are not honest, you will be directly erased. Use it as fertilizer for hibiscus trees. It's so expensive after a year. Hanju felt that it was not a way to go on like this. So he asked Sun Chang'an to pick up the three-headed king. In case of an accident in Chang'an, he made 2 houses of gold. Follow Sun Chang'an to protect him. Sun Chang'an was so frightened that his life was about to disperse. These 2 little guys have been getting a little hot lately. If one accidentally ignites the true fire of the sun, he was instantly ashes. Yang Tiandong doesn't think it's a big deal to see the excitement. Hungry to say, junior brother, if you're afraid, I'll go for you. You have several apprentices. The master asked us to pick it up this time. It must be a talent that can be created. If you find it troublesome, I could have kept it under the door. That's why I say that. Yang Tiandong is a little envious of looking for Chang'an. Murong Chi's cool qualifications made him extremely greedy. He also wanted that kind of apprentice. Looking for Chang'an is not stupid. Gue said Yang Tiandong es. Think carefully, but he doesn't care. To be honest, he really didn't want to take in apprentices. He felt like an empty shelf. His own apprentice is also called by the master. The apprentices clearly respected his master more. If one day, Hanju let Murong rise, Fong Liang killed him. He believed that these 2 stinky boys would never hesitate. Can't stand Yang Tiandong's soft grinding and hard bubbles. Tanju could only promise to let him follow. As for who was defeated, let's pull it back and walk it first. At this time, the Foot King knelt at the foot of the mountain and felt a palpitation. And the interstellar sensation is becoming more and more frequent. Getting closer, one of the heads spoke. I think you're scared of yourself. What threat can such a small broken sect have? The other head smells foo. The smell of mulberry trees. It means that the monster is at the top of the mountain. It smells delicious. The Foot King bowed his body lower. You two don't get impatient. I don't think it's that simple. At this time, Sun Chang'an and the two came to the foot of the mountain. The tour guide was very knowledgeable. At a glance, he recognized the two of them as Elder Zhanshan, disciple of Qingchuan. Kept shouting that Elder Zhanshan was going to accept apprentices. Mystery. The tour guide snapped and knelt in front of the two. Keep saying that you want to bring it into the teacher's door. The two ignored him. It's just that they don't know for a while. Which person is the master going to pick up? Yang Tiandong glanced at the dense crowd of kneeling worshippers, accusing Sun Chang'an of not having a long brain. Is it impossible for so many people to ask one by one? The two little gold houses have a solution. Because they're in the crowd. Smelled the strong. Because in the eyes of their golden house Protoss, the stronger the better. The more it smells, the better. The most fragrant person in the crowd in front of him is this one. It's better to stand than to be upside down. It's not as delicious as dumplings. Looking for Chang'an, the two looked at each other. Kanaya said it was him. That's him. At this moment, the three-headed Jiao King saw two golden houses. My heart was beating wildly. The suppression of the bloodline made him dare not raise his head. Sun Chang'an leaned over and tried to help his feet to die. Whereas, the Foot King saw the two expressions on his shoulder. Bad gold house. Can take the golden house as a divine favor. How strong is this god-slaying elder? Dare to ask the two seniors who is the god-slaying elder. The three-headed exchange asked cautiously. Sun Chang'an said expressionlessly, Elder Slayer God is our master. You're not qualified to see him yet. Yang Tiandong filial piety, juniors, don't worry. The master asked us to take you up. It must be optimistic about you. The three-headed relationship can only hold back the doubts. Follow the two up the mountain. At this moment, the innate cave is in the house. Enlightenment Sword also asked the doubts in his heart. I heard that the master is going to accept the disciples. Don't listen to their nonsense. I just wanted to meet with this person. Hanju has said lightly, I won't accept him as a disciple. His cultivation is already high enough. The Enlightenment Sword rarely heard Hanju praise others for being strong. Someone who can make the owner say so. It must be really strong. Who knew that Hanju put down the teacup? Smiled faintly, little cheap. Say such a strong person. Let him be our security guard. Look at the gates. Xiao Wang went up the mountain to meet Hanju, forced by the crow to agree to become the general of the first mountain. Don't take away your top luck. Ladies and gentlemen, you can't wait. You can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the Chochio reading app. Search for the name of the video or pin the comments section. Wonderful follow-up. See it in one breath. The book is picked up again. Hanju asked the apprentices to take the three heads and hand them over to the king to go up the mountain. The Horned King did not dare to disobey. Followed the search for Chang'an, and Yang Tiandong came towards the mountain. Along, Yang Tiandong kept chattering in order to show off. Bragged about how many demon kings he had been sons to. How to defeat the demon king and other big demons. The Horned King was really impatient when he heard it. The new one is to point to the cowardice in the demon king. It's also worth it for you. Is this boasting? You're all nothing but grandsons in front of me. When we reached the top of the mountain, the three-headed king saw the Fusang tree. Immediately shocked. That's right, that's right. That's how it feels. This must be what I'm looking for. The other two heads couldn't stand it anymore. Shout to hurry up. While they are not being eaten, we will run away from the tree. However, the king of feet still suppressed the restlessness in his heart, because that horrible sense of scheming is still there. At this moment, Hanju is passing through the time of God. Watch the performance of the king of feet. I didn't expect this guy to have good concentration. You can hold back the meat that is brought to your mouth. Since people are so polite, I can't afford to slack off. Immediately, Hanju snapped his fingers, instantly opened the teleportation circle, moved King Jiao in. Yang Tiandong blew all the way. He was about to say what he was saying. When he turned his head, he found that the Horned King had disappeared. At this moment, the Horned King was also confused. After all, he is a great cultivator, able to forcibly transfer oneself. It's not an easy task. The first time I saw Hanju, the Foot King was amazed. What a handsome man. It was the first time he had seen such a beautiful face. Phew, what am I thinking? The three-headed Jiao King felt that he was infected by Yang Tiandong. My heart began to twist. Think of it this way. He hated Yang Tiandong even more. The three-headed Jiao King came to Hanju. Kneeling down indicates that he has been ordered to go up the mountain to apprentice. I don't know where the God Slayer Elder is. Anyu smiled slightly. Said lightly, the three-headed Jiao King. Deshang diameter 6 layers. I'll give you 2 options. Become a mountain guard general who cultivates hard to become an immortal mountain. On weekdays, you can practice under the sacred tree. The second death of Hanju was not to scare him. The matter of the Fuso sacred tree must not be leaked out. If the king of the feet is disobedient, there is only one dead end. Now, the three-headed Jiao King also set off a storm in his heart. He has natal supernatural powers to hide his cultivation and deity. Why did he find out? What does this mean? It shows that the other party is far stronger than him. Could it be that this beautiful man is the god-slaying elder? The other 2 heads urged King Jiao to hurry up. Kill him while he doesn't get killed. However, there is an intuition in the 3-headed relationship. If you stand up now, it will definitely be yourself who will be killed. Not even a chance to escape. The 3-headed person asked through gritted teeth. Where the predecessors are sacred. Hanjun replied, I am from the 6 realms of reincarnation. If you don't enter the 5 elements, you won't fall into reincarnation. The death of the 3 heads is unknown. The other 2 heads were still hesitant. Is that all? I used him as a watchdog. Hanju also saw the other party's hesitation. Slowly raised his middle finger. You think I'm scaring you? Or you can lend me a piece of paper. If you can survive, you're going to die too. As he spoke, Hanju instantly released his suggestion. Under the pressure of terror, the Foot King hurriedly begged for mercy. He immediately bowed his head in submission. Indicates from now on, it is the general who guards the mountain under his predecessors. The mountain is in the waste in the mountain. Demon Slayer King Hanju got up and walked in front of him. Raise your hand and touch his head. By the way, 6 imprints are entered. You won't suffer if you follow me. This will be the greatest opportunity of your life. The 3-headed king hurriedly thanked Hanju, but it didn't generate favorability. It seems that this dumpling head remains to be seen. If something is wrong, kill them directly. At this moment, Yang Tiandong also hurriedly ran back. Yelled that the master let the people on the street lose half of the way. It just so happened that he met the Foot King, who walked out of the Xiantian cave mansion. Yang Tiandong almost asked the young man, how did you get there first? As soon as I saw him scorched to death, I annoyed you. Shut up. Don't keep talking to me, lad. You're old. Yang Tiandong blew up the temple in an instant. Even if you are accepted by the master, then you and I are also brothers. Besides, I'm still your senior brother. No one on this mountain dared to talk to me like that. At this time, the Chaos Tengu also came to help. Busy with my brother's stuff. This saint will teach you a lesson for the elder brother. Xiao Wang looked helpless. After all, I don't want to make trouble when I first arrive. Let's get out of here. Which dog does not forgive? I have to have a discussion. He wanted to try a few tales of filling in the dumpling head. It's just a trick. Victory and defeat are high in rebellion. Only then did everyone see the Deshang eating power of the Horned King. The Horned King snorted coldly and said from now on, I am the general of the first mountain who cultivated into the immortal mountain. Little cub, do you still dare to call me junior brother? Hanju's 700th birthday was to get a heavenly Tao spirit stone. Editor Transport upgrades Tai warranty. The effect is simply stunning. Don't take away your top luck. Ladies and gentlemen, you can't wait. You can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the Chio reading app. Search for the name of the video or comment to pin. Wonderful follow-up to see the cool concave in one breath. The book is picked up again. After Hanju subdued the three-headed Foot King, continue to practice with peace of mind. A few years later, inside the congenital cave, 3 lines of words appeared in front of Hanju's eyes. Detected that you are 700 years old. 1 step forward in life. You have the following options to exit immediately. Break through the prestige of the world's first. You can get a spiritual treasure too to continue your cultivation. Transcend to Shang as soon as possible. You can get a heavenly Tao spirit stone. Hanju did not hesitate. Directly choose to continue cultivating. The heavenly Tao spirit stone is good. It can strengthen the magic weapon. Hanju took out the Book of Bad Luck. With the new way of heaven, temporarily start upgrading the Book of Doom. Book of Doom. He was the only one who could be remote. A magic weapon to plague the previous enemy. It is worth strengthening infinitely. A few days later, the heavenly Tao spirit stone was successfully fused. Your transport from the best Tai castle. Upgraded to Tai warranty. Doom transport is the magic weapon of cause and effect. Please be cautious when using the Tai warranty. But why did the system remind me personally? Could it be dangerous to use him in the future? Hanju raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, I regretted it. He cautiously began to use the Doom transport. Curse the eyeless Taoist. He didn't dare to use too much spiritual power. I'm going to try it out first. Unexpectedly, this time he only used 2 layers of skill. The effect of the curse was far more than 1,000 times that of his previous one. It is worthy of Tai's warranty, since it's so easy to use. That must make the eyeless Taoist gradually wake up. Hanju planned to curse him for 7 days and 7 nights first. At this time, Hanju was also very curious. If the power curse is cast, will it directly let the peerless Taoist get rid of it? With Hanju's incessant curse, the peerless Taoist is not doing well. There was a small broken road hanging outside the 5th ring road of the last session. There is a plaque on the door with the word, eye-catching. A Taoist who was meditating and cultivating suddenly vomited blood. The state is sluggish. This person is the Swan Taoist, the master of the great sage. Luo Chioma's master. Anjua's enemy. I saw him open his eyes and wipe the blood from his mouth. The face is twisted, gritted his teeth, and cursed. Who the hell is cursing me? The power of the curse is getting stronger and stronger. The curse of several days gave birth to a demon in his heart. The demon tricked him into not being that man's pawn again. What is so rare about the position of a little heavenly soldier? How do you know that the cultivation of the Taoist is quite okay? Got rid of his demons at will. But the successive curses had already made him unstable. And so on. He's afraid he'll collapse and die. The peerless Taoist gritted his teeth and groped in his arms. Take out a cocoon, infuse it with spiritual power. After a while, a clear light rose from the cocoon. Then a voice came to me. The eyeless Taoist hurriedly said that he was cursed, caused Doheim to ignore it, asked the seniors to come to the rescue. The figure was surprised. Then he pinched his fingers and calculated. How do you know that Qingguang's shadow, Jingyi asked? This curse has no root and no source. Endless is incomprehensible. Have you offended any great power in the upper realm? The peerless Taoist was both surprised and aggrieved, and I soared up. He has been in retreat since then. Where can you offend people? Strong calamity. The clear light figure muttered to himself. The peerless Taoist was even more frightened. Even the senior can't figure it out. Then he is not dead? The clear shadow suddenly thought of a possibility. Recently, Heavenly Court was attacked by the demon saint. The demons took this opportunity to disturb many mortal realms. You've just ascended less than 10,000 years. This curse, it may have something to do with the invasion of the mortal realm before your ascension. Jian Daoist was a little incredulous. It's been so long. The mortal aura could even affect him. The peerless Daoist knelt down and bowed. I also learned that the mortal realm where I was invaded by demons. I'm planning to go down to Earth in hundreds of years to see it. Na Qingying agreed. It's good to go down to the ground in advance to find out the situation. When the time comes, it can provide information to Heavenly Court. Immediately, Na Qingying made a mark, shot into the chest of the peerless Taoist. This sigil will help you block the demonic energy. You insist on it. A maximum of 1,000 years. Wait for Heavenly Court to come to an end. Heaven will clean up the power of the demons in the mortal world. Take advantage of the situation, and I will make you a heavenly soldier, baptized by the way of heaven. Your curse will be able to be banished. The peerless Taoist immediately thanked him. Indicates the descending earthly after. We will do our best to gather information about the nether. The figure of Xuanji Qingguang disappeared. The peerless Taoist cautiously withdrew the imperial inspection. Damn demons! Dare you curse me? The people of the absolute hidden Tao thought hatefully. Wait for him to come down to earth. We must defeat the conspiracy of the demons. But the mysterious curse continues. I wish he would live to the time when he came down to earth. In this way, Hanju cursed for 7 days in a row. At the same time, Hanju also received it for the first time. Trans alerts of the system. Your lifespan is reduced by 44 years. Hanju was shocked by something. Lao Tzu worked hard for immortality. You're telling me this thing is going to be reduced. All of a sudden, it took away half of an ordinary person's life. The price of this Tai warranty is too great. No wonder the system warns him beforehand. Fortunately, it only took 2 successful powers to curse for 7 days. Otherwise, the life saved by penance. I don't know how much to waste. That's when it happened. Hanju received another system prompt. Your disciple Sun Fangliang has been attacked by demon beasts 97,884 times. Your friend Mr. G is attacked by a demon cultivator. 170,210 times your disciple Murong Chi broke into the demon abyss. Life and death are uncertain. Your friend don't take revenge. Absorb ghosts and spirits. Or a metamorphosis. Your friend Zhou Fan was hunted down by the 10 sects. Condense the murderous aura. Your Tao travel, Hong Xian, comprehends the ancient breathing method. Your friend Chong Yu has learned the ancient breathing method. Your enemies are spooked by your curse. Reduced life expectancy by 10,000 years. Birth of demons. Your apprentice Sun Fong Liang strayed into the realm of the heavenly immortal mansion. Taking 10,000 years is better than a leap in qualification. Everything else is normal operation. However, the swan singer Jian lived for 10,000 years. He was shocked by the truth. More than 40 years for 10,000 years. It's a bargain. Kill 10,000 enemies and lose 100 yourself. If you take out the cultivation of sincerity and become a curse of power, wouldn't that be able to kill the other party directly? However, the Korean Bureau did not want to take risks. Although he has a lifespan of more than 100,000 years. But if you do it often, sooner or later, you'll hurt yourself. Next time, curse for up to 6 days. Couldn't be more. The more Hanju thought about it, the more proud he became. He was going to slowly grind to death the absolute concealment Taoist in Shizuku. Spring goes and autumn comes. Another number of years passed. Someone came on this day. A familiar figure. Appears in the territory of the Yuqing holy sect. It is our son of heaven and earth, Fong Liang, who has returned. Fong Liang went home and brought back the rhyme. The disciples were worried. What is the so-called? Don't take away your top luck. Can't wait for the audience. You can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the Chocho reading app. Search for the name of the video or comment to pin. Wonderful follow-up. See it in one breath. As a sign of respect for the original author, I insisted later than the original author. We apologize for plowing a field. Meantime, I hope you like this novel and manga friends. Give the original. The author sent a lot of support and encouragement. The book is picked up again. Fong Liang, the son of heaven and earth, finished his outing experience. Finally returned to the ascetic cultivation into the immortal mountain. Quite different from Suki. Those spirit grasses that were killed by Suki's bad luck. At the moment when Fong Liang stepped into the territory of the Yuqing holy sect, it has been regained one after another. And after going through life and death tribulations, these genius gems are more effective than ever. To say that penance has become a fairy mountain, the most hangs Fong Liang's memory. It was his master who looked for Chang'an. When he went down the mountain to train, the person who is most reluctant to him is the master. As for those planes that drop the Air Force every day, he didn't really remember anything. And those Air Forces have left since Fong Liang. I've never caught a big fish again. Even if it is to use Yang Tiandong's human flesh to make a nest, it is not good. Sometimes they laugh at themselves, too. If you put your passion for fishing on your practice, their realm may be much more than that. Although the dog is a lucky beast, you can only catch small fish and shrimp. The luck he can bring is really not as good as Fong Liang. As Fong Liang gets closer and closer to home, Fei Kuan's side is finally on fire. Sun Chang'an Xian said that he caught such a big fish last time. It's still Fong Liang's boy. The crowd did not notice the change in luck. It's the new Foot King. A strong aura was found, straight to the ascetic cultivation into the immortal mountain. Sun Chang'an also found that the figure was so familiar. Isn't this my good apprentice coming back? Wait for Fong Liang to walk in. Everyone was shocked. Fong Liang actually reached the Rong Su mirror. The two little golden houses suddenly landed on Fong Liang's shoulders, rubbing his face with ease. Fong Haoqi asked who the two little ones were. Hey Yuji's laughter was born to Master Ji. Before, the owner caught a beautiful firebird for the chicken. He wasn't done yet. The two little golden houses turned their heads to look at him. He was so frightened that he didn't dare to speak again. The King of Feet also found the difference in square beams. This son has a strong body and charm. He is young and cultivated, but he is not low. Under the elder of the god of war. Could it be that all of them are so miserable? Of course, except for the stupid Yang Tiandong. Meanwhile, a line of words popped out in front of Han Ju's eyes. The three-headed king has a crush on you. The current opinion rating is 2 stars. Han Ju felt that there was a problem with the three-headed king. There is something wrong with the brain. It's inexplicable to be in a hurry. Han Jun didn't pay much attention to it. He was also eavesdropping on Fong Liang's story. If Su Qi is the male protagonist of a bumpy Xinxia novel, that Fong Liang is a violent fantasy. Over the years, he has been seriously injured only a handful of times. Most of them are rampant. Chances came to the door one after another. Not only did the cultivation break through the exhaustion, everyone was emotional. Fong Liang is really amazing. Even Morong Qi was a little impressed. However, Fei Kuan was not convinced. Kept saying that Fong Liang relied on luck. It's just a vain realm of strength. 7th Master, if I am willing to go down the mountain, and faster than you can break through. Morong Qi knew that this fat Kuan had itchy wings again. I'm going to join forces with Fong Liang to fight him. Fei Kuan is not stupid. Just play with a mouth cannon. Really get started. It's not your own hundreds of pounds of fat that suffers. It was a laugh coming from behind the crowd. Xiao Hei, you have to work hard to cultivate. You're no match for desolation now. The crowd saw it and forgot. It's amazing. Han Ju actually got out of the customs. Han Ju asked Sun Chang'an to give him hot skewers. Sprinkle more cumin and chili flakes. I saw my ancestor Fang Liang. Ku Kai immediately knelt down. He was thrilled. There was even an urge to burst into tears. Hanju smiled. I asked how it felt to be through the experience. The apprentice grandson became a Tianjiao in the Tianxian mansion. All kinds of great opportunities have been obtained. I also learned a lot. Hanju smiled and asked again, since it was so exciting. So, why did it suddenly come back? There is no need for a chance to be a disciple anymore. Compared to being out of the field, the apprentice still wants to practice in front of the master's play. Pursue the true road to immortality. So I came back. And you know it's fun moment. Fong Liang really doesn't need a chance. Now he has magical powers. Spells, magic weapons, and so on. You just need to keep accumulating cultivation. Hanju nodded, now that he has decided. From now on, let's practice in the mountains with peace of mind. So far, he has become an immortal. The disciples on the mountain have all returned home. Everyone drank merrily. It's not lively. Enlightenment Sword looked at Hanju and asked Master, "You said I should go through it?" Fong Liang's experience made everyone's hearts awe. They also want to have access to opportunities. Hanju asked, "Why do you want to train? You can get a chance by training. What is the use of 7 yuan? Can be stronger. What is it for? Protect your master. I need your protection." Enlightenment Sword thought about it carefully. It seems to be the truth. The Enlightenment Sword was entangled and confused. Then I'm for the master. What is the meaning of existence? Hanju replied seriously, accompaniment. As soon as this remark came out, the crowd fell silent. Hanju didn't say anything more. Get up and return to the Xiantian cave mansion. The Horn King is a little unclear. How did a good atmosphere suddenly just do this? Yang Tiandong slowly poured out the reason. Because there is not much time left for the master. Even the tallest small gold house in our middle school. I can't see through the master's cultivation. It shows that he is already the ultimate in the world. It's not far from ascension. Wait until then. What about these disciples and divine favorites? Just when everyone was worried about the cold and soaring. But I forgot that there was an unlucky person. Missed this barbecue. What a smell, and how is it so fragrant? Fong Liang went home and brought back the door full of luck. The disciples were worried. So what's going on? Don't paddle away. Your top luck is here again. Those who can't wait can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the QQ reading app. Search for the video name or comment section. Top wonderful follow-up. It's cool to see in one breath. As a sign of respect for the original author, I insisted on being one day later than the original author. Thank you for your understanding. At the same time, I hope that friends who like this novel and manga send a lot of support and encouragement to the original author. Pick up Fong Liang, the son of the Emperor of Heaven, and end the experience of going out. Finally return to the ascetic cultivation into the immortal mountain. Quite different from Suki. Those spirit grasses that were killed by Suki's bad luck. At the moment when Fong Liang stepped into the territory of the Yuqing holy sect, it has been regained one after another. And after going through life and death tribulations, these treasures are more effective than ever. To say that penance has become a fairy mountain. What worries Fong Liang the most is that his master is looking for Chang'an when he went down the mountain to train. The person who is most reluctant to give him up is master. As for those fat chickens who fish for the Air Force every day, there's something. He didn't remember it very much. And those Air Forces have been since Fong Liang left. I've never caught a big fish again. Even if it is to use Yang Tiandong's human flesh to make a nest, it is not good. Sometimes they laugh at themselves, too. If you put your passion for fishing on your practice, their realm may be much more than that. Although the dog is a lucky beast, you can only catch small fish and shrimp. The luck it can bring is really not as good as Fong Liang. As Fong Liang got closer and closer to home, Fei Kuan's side is finally on fire. Ordinary peace of mind said. The last time he caught such a big fish was Fong Liang. What about the kid? The crowd did not notice the change in fortune. However, the newly added Horned King found a strong aura. Straight to the ascetic cultivation into the immortal mountain. Looking for Chang'an. I also found that the figure was so familiar. Isn't this my good apprentice coming back? Wait for Fong Liang to walk in. Everyone was shocked. Fong Liang had actually reached the glory void realm. The two little golden crows suddenly landed on Fong Liang's shoulders, rubbing his face affectionately. Fong Haoqi asked, "Who are these two little guys?" Kiroheim smirked. "It's Jia. I gave birth." Before, the owner caught a beautiful firebird for Ji Yi. He wasn't done yet. The two little golden crows turned their heads to look at him. He was so frightened that he didn't dare to speak again. The Horned King also discovered Fong Liang's difference. This son has a strong body and charm. Young age. The cultivation is not low. Could it be that the elder of the god-slashing sect is all such a genius? Of course, except for the stupid Yang Tiandong. Meanwhile, a line of words popped out in front of Han Ju's eyes. The three-headed Jiaowang has a crush on you. The current opinion rating is 2 stars. Han Ju felt that there was something wrong with the three-headed Jiao King. There is something wrong with the brain. The favor came inexplicably. Korean dramas didn't pay much attention to it. He was also eavesdropping on Fong Liang's story. If Su Qi is the male protagonist of a bumpy Xinxia novel, that Fong Liang is a violent fantasy. Over the years, he has been seriously injured only a handful of times. Most of them are rampant. Chances came to the door one after another. Not only did cultivation break through the realm of glory and void, everyone was emotional. Fong Liang is really powerful. Even Morong Qi was a little impressed. However, Fei Kun was not convinced. Repeatedly, Fong Liang relied on luck. It's just a vain realm of strength. Seventh Master, if I am willing to go down the mountain, surely faster than you can break through. Morong Qi knew that this fat Kun had itchy wings again. Planned to join forces with Fong Liang to fight him. Fei Kun is not stupid. Just play with a mouth cannon. Really get started. It's not your own hundreds of pounds of fat that suffers. At this moment, a laugh came from behind the crowd. Little Black, you gotta work hard to cultivate. You are no match for Fong Liang now. The people followed the prestige. It's amazing. Han Ju actually got out of the customs. Han Ju asked Ordinary and to give him hot skewers. Sprinkle more cumin and chili flakes. Seeing the ancestor Fong Liangku, he knelt down after rubbing it. He was thrilled. There was even an urge to burst into tears. Han Ju smiled. I asked how it felt to be through the experience. The apprentice grandson became a Tianjiao in the Tianxian mansion. All kinds of great opportunities have been learned. I also learn a lot. Han Ju smiled. Asked again, since it's so exciting. So why did it suddenly come back? There is no need for a chance to be a disciple anymore. Compared to being out of the field, the apprentice still wants to cultivate in front of the ancestors' knees. Pursue the true road to immortality. So I came back. Korean drama thought about it. Fong Liang really didn't need a chance. Now he has magical powers. Spells, magic weapons, and so on. You just need to keep accumulating cultivation. Han Yunu did. Now that it's decided, from now on, let's practice in the mountains with peace of mind. So far, he has become an immortal. The disciples on the mountain have all returned home. Everyone drank merrily. It's not lively. Enlightenment Sword looked at Han Ju and asked Master, "You said I should go through it?" Fong Liang's experience. It makes everyone's hearts ache. They also want to have access to opportunities. Han Ju asked, "Why do you have to go through the experience? You can get a chance. What's the use of deceiving people? What could be stronger and stronger for? Protect the Master. I need you to protect the Enlightenment Sword." I thought about it. It seems to be the truth. The Enlightenment Sword was entangled and confused. Then I'm for the Master. What is the meaning of existence? On replied seriously. It's companionship. As soon as this remark came out, the crowd fell silent. Hanju didn't say anything more. Get up and return to the Xiantian cave mansion. The Horn King is a little unclear. So, how did a good atmosphere suddenly just do this? Yang Tiandong slowly explained the reason. Because time is running out for Master. Even the little golden crow that we have cultivated to the highest level. I can't see through Master's cultivation. It shows that he is already the ultimate in the world. It's not far from ascension. Wait until then. What about these disciples and divine favorites? Just when everyone was worried about Hanju's ascension. But I forgot that there was an unlucky person. Missed this barbecue. What a taste. Why is it so fragrant? The world of cultivating immortals is calm. Hanju suddenly felt that the heavenly Tao was abnormal. Re-entry. See the long river. But learned that the world was in danger. Don't paddle away. Your top luck is here again. Those who can't wait can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the QQ Reading app. Search for the video name or comment section. Top wonderful follow-up. It's cool to see in one breath. As a sign of respect for the original author, I insisted on being one day later than the original author. Thank you for your understanding. At the same time, I hope that friends who like this novel and manga send a lot of support and encouragement to the original author. Pick up the last back. Hanju rarely had a barbecue with his disciples. Then he returned to the cave, continued to retreat and do penance. The Horn King, who has been silently watching everyone. At this moment, I asked the doubts in my heart. The master of his old man's ascension is his business. What does it have to do with you? You continue to practice. Isn't it just yours? Get out of here with your current strength. The sword sect is also qualified. Why you want to follow him closely? Murong Chi thought for a moment. Speak your own reasons. Although I aspire to be the only one in the world, but I want to be at ease. You have to be strong yourself. Master Ancestor, he walked the path of immortality. It also needs to be extremely strong. To live forever. It doesn't fit my mind or ours. And since he followed his ancestors, we all took a lot of detours. This kindness is also not to be forsaken. The Horned King nodded. I see. But you can keep your heart in your belly. In my opinion, the master did not ascend for a long time. Most likely, it was also deliberate. It's also good to keep dragging and not ascending. This statement is very new. So they asked him to give him a lecture. Tribulation Realm Ascension and Deshang Realm Peak Ascension are two different things. There is a fundamental difference in intensity, and the upper limit of strength after ascension is naturally very different. According to ancient books, above the Mahayana, there are scattered immortals. Earth immortals, goddess, true immortals, Xianxian, golden immortal, and immortal emperor realms. And that's just what was recorded. Those that have not been recorded. I don't know how many more levels there are. If you cross the realm of tribulation, you will soar. Then even skip the Deshang mirror. Become a scattered immortal. Its own strength is still vain. Upper limit. At most, stop at the emperor immortal. The Mahayana realm ascension is different, with the accumulation of thousands of years in the world. After ascending, you can become a high-level scattered immortal. There is even a chance to directly hit the upper limit of the Earth Wonderland. It's a never-ending thing. It depends on the cultivator's own qualifications. Strength cap. With the increase of qualifications and the continuous strength of the foundation. And it never ends. This is also the 6th level of my Mahayana realm. But the reason for the delay in ascending, if you want to go the long way, it needs to be precipitated and then precipitated. The Shang realm is the pinnacle of the world. But when it comes to the upper realm, it is nothing. The upper realm is full of dangers. Big fish eat little fish. If the strength is not enough, I'm afraid I can't even do it in peace. Rather than go and suffer early, It is better to take advantage of the relative safety of the mortal world to precipitate for thousands of years. Before the ascension, what you are talking about is the tribulation realm. Ascension is too hasty. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that the deadline is approaching. The situation of having to soar to survive. Mahayana actually has some self-preservation ability. No one wants to be sniped as soon as they go up. This knowledge is popularized. The crowd was fascinated. The Horned King deduced that Hanju would continue to settle in the human world. And this period is at least 1,000 years. The Horned King said that this was just his personal speculation. How long can it stay? It depends on your mentor-apprentice relationship. Since you were his disciples, then take good company. But even if it is limited to 1,000 years, a few of you will be sure that you will be able to achieve the Deshang realm. As soon as this remark came out, everyone smiled wickedly. Big dumplings. Large dumplings. You don't know that we don't raise idlers. If we cultivate well, maybe he can really fly with his old man. The Horned King nodded again. Not bad. I understand why he took you as disciples. Not only are you talented, orangutans are not bad either. All are self-motivated. Kuan pursed his lips arrogantly. Look at it this way. It's still early. It has been almost 600 years with the Master. He had only arrived at the Yuanying realm when he adopted me. A few of our brothers have been cultivating hard for 1,800 years, impacting the Mahayana realm. Isn't it stable? What do you say? The Horned King was taken aback. You said that the Master of Yuan Ingjing is how much Gui Gung is this year. Kuan touched his fat chin. I really can't remember how old the owner is, but I should be 700 years old. The whole dumpling of the Horned King was flax and froze. He still has a fart for this kind of qualification. You guys don't hurry up and cultivate and hurry up. Immediately and immediately. Another 19 years have passed. Hanju broke through to the 7th layer of the Mahayana realm. A hint of excitement finally appeared in his ancient heart. The 7-story ceiling of the Mahayana realm entered a small realm for a maximum of 20 years. Maybe in 50 years, he will be able to surpass the Deshang realm. It's so cool. However, Hanju felt faintly uneasy in his heart. Recently, the practice has been going so well. His sense of uneasiness came from the heavenly Tao perception. It's like some kind of hunch. Something is going to go wrong. He clicked on the circle of friends. Also found, lately, everyone has been like a chicken blood. Opportunities keep coming. Your friend don't take revenge. 54,427 attacks by righteous monks. Your friend Fan was attacked 74,200 times by demon cultivators. Your friend Xian Aegis realized Tai's supernatural powers. World shaking. Your friend Huang Jihao condenses the sword heart. Sword intent leads to the sky. Your friend Jioding Jinren has been attacked 743 times by demon cultivators. Your divine pet Black JG has awakened the supernatural powers of her previous life. Your enemy, Sisko, has a demon because of your curse. It's a bit abnormal. It's so unusual. If you can't do it, you have to ask my brother Hanju. Begin to comprehend. It is suggested that his reincarnation suggestion is just a little higher. Soon Hanju came again. See the long river. He hurried over to the battle Lone Star. Jean Lone Star is annoyed when he sees him now. What are you doing here? Hanju got straight to the point. Predecessor. Recently, there have been a lot of atmospheric transporters in our mortal world, and all of them got the opportunity at the same time. Do you think this makes sense? Jean Guxin replied. It is normal for those who have atmospheric transporters in the mortal world. Even in the last year, there were many atmospheric carriers. But the atmospheric transporter is not the same as the strong. The strong do not necessarily have atmospheric luck. You may be overthinking. On your side, I always feel uneasy in my heart. It even felt like Heavenly Tao was secretly reminding him. Lone Star took a sip. Snow. The king said that the way of heaven is only a rule, But after all, it's not a rigid object, and so on. There is indeed another possibility. People have a return to the light. Heavenly Tao also has a saying. He began to rummage through something. The heavenly Tao of the mortal world may have a premonition that trouble is coming. This is the self-help action of the heavenly Tao. There is trouble in the mortal world. Hanju was even more uneasy. But there hasn't been any trouble in the mortal world yet. Battle Lone Star said, heavenly self-salvation may be related to the invasion of the demon race into the mortal world. If there are too many mortal demons, the devil's way prevails. Heavenly Court may want to cleanse the demons. Korean drama asked, what will it be then? At that time, the Heavenly Court will send the heavenly immortals to fight, even directly destroy this mortal world. Hanju was shocked. Destroy the word. So, understatement. Battle Lone Star said, the way of heaven is the rule. But never think of him too simply. Hanju said angrily, heaven destroys the mortal upper realm. Other forces, just watching. So what? Have you ever thought about how big this world is? Thousands of mortal realms are like the dust of the stars. One of them, it can't make waves in the upper realm at all, even if it destroys the mortal world. It's just to let sentient beings re-enter samsara. But can such a ruthless heavenly court still be considered a heavenly court? Battle Lone Star waved his hand. Have you mortals destroyed fewer races? Just like when you improve your sword skills today, you can see how much spiritual power has been destroyed. Anthill in the mountains. Heavenly Court in order to maintain its rule. I don't care how many mortal worlds I've destroyed. I think his mortal thoughts are a little ridiculous. To put it bluntly, this is the law of the jungle. Who makes the rules? Whoever has the final say. Hanju continued to ask, how long does it take for Heavenly Court to clean up the demon war? Lone Heart replied, hundreds of years short. More than thousands of years. Not too long. The forces behind the demon saint are about to negotiate with Heavenly Court. It's a pity. The demon saint was still buried in the drum. Hanju thanked him. Prepare to say goodbye. Before leaving, Hanju asked with a strange expression, is that demon saint called Monkey King? War. Lone Star denied his speculation. But it's also touched. What the hell is this kid coming from? How would he know? Monkey King actually guessed 3 words correctly. Hanju informed the heavenly immortal mansion to prepare for the disaster in the world. The 3 venerables of the demon Tao were in an awkward position. In a dilemma. Don't paddle away. Your top luck is here again. If you can't wait, you can click on the link in the lower left corner. Download the QQ Reading app. Search for the name of the video or pin the comment section. Wonderful follow-up. See it in one breath. The commentary of this comic is far less exciting than the original book. I hope you will support the original author's book. Pick up the consciousness of Hanju. From the sword to the long river. Return to the body. Continue to consolidate your cultivation understanding of the sword intent of reincarnation. The pressure brought to him by Heavenly Court can be described as enormous. It had been a long time since Hanju had felt such pressure. He asked the Enlightenment Sword to call Fong Liang into the cave. At the same time, take out the Book of Bad Luck. Began to curse Suzaku and Eyeless Darren. After all, after learning the truth about the law of the jungle in the upper realm, Hanju didn't want to soar easily. It's safe to kill the enemies above first. Soon, Fong Liang entered the Xiantian cave mansion. Asked the master what he ordered him to call. Hanju asked him to send the news to the heavenly immortal mansion immediately. But you can't use his Hanju name. Fong Liang didn't understand why Hanju fooled him and said, recently there have been many great opportunities, but it's not normal to be apparently smooth. I found out after communicating with the world for the teacher. This is the return of light caused by the way of heaven in order to protect itself. Fong Liang is still young. I don't understand the meaning of returning to the light. Hanju said that there is a danger of extinction in the mortal world. You tell the heavenly, immortal mansion. Let's just say that you were instructed by a land immortal. The heavenly court of the upper realm is preparing to fall. Mortal, forcibly transfer everyone to samsara. Reincarnation. I want to avoid this catastrophe. The only way to call on the cultivation realm is to completely eradicate the demon forces. If it is the heavenly immortal mansion, to ask the reason. Let's just say that when heavenly court cleared the demon race, we may be regarded as a demon affiliate, ended up being destroyed together. Fong Liang's face changed drastically. Asked the ancestor, this is a serious matter. When will heavenly court act? The most 1,000 years to remember is the most. If there is a change in the upper boundary, I'm afraid it will only be in advance. Won't postpone. The disciple's son immediately sent a message to the heavenly immortal mansion. It will never be revealed that it is what the master said. After that, Fong Lianghua left in a hurry. Enlightenment seized curiosity. Asked the master, how do you know about the upper realm? Hanju flickered and said, I have a relationship in the upper realm. What relationship is unspeakable? Unspeakable? Hanju closed his eyes and said no more. In the heart of the Enlightenment sword, his image was raised again. This time it's 8 or 9 stories high. Soon, several immortal gods in the heavenly immortal mansion were indulging in making soup. Received a message. It was Fong Liang who sent a message. I heard that it was a good plan. The fairy god was a little surprised. This Fong Liang is currently the 6th-ranked genius of the younger generation of the heavenly immortal mansion. Even the rankings are still climbing. Even the Lord of the Service said, his talent is second only to himself. It's been a while since I've been out for a while. Is this a dangerous situation? I asked for help from a few immortals. Open Transition. Jade Jane. Fong Liang's panicked voice came from inside. Gee, seniors. Big things are not good. I met a land fairy. He asked me to tell you a big secret. And so, and so, and so. Fong Liang Balabala's words were repeated again. After all, a few immortals and gods are among the best Tianjiao. I also feel that the recent big opportunities are indeed a bit strange. He immediately informed the lord of the house. Start Tianwen as soon as possible. Confirm the situation. If it is as the message says, then all the tribes of the world must put aside their past grudges. Stick together. Erase the devil's way. 2 years later, Fong Liang got a reply and said, the heavenly immortal mansion had already adopted his opinion. Began to inform the sect of the world. At this time, he was in a dark cave. Blood demon ancestor, white-haired mushroom. The greedy arhats sat together. There was a demonic aura suspended between them. His holiness is on the right path in the world. Suddenly joined forces with the demon Tao. Miserable. If this continues, it will not take hundreds of years. Not to mention reviving the demons. I'm afraid that even the demon Tao will have to be cleaned up. The blood demon ancestor spread his hands and smiled bitterly. A cold voice came from the demonic aura. Don't be afraid. Soon this seat will send a group of true demons to come. When the time comes, it will be a bloody Tianxian mansion. Shock the right path. Youngsters. The blood demon ancestor bowed his head and said no more. What are you supposed to do? Just keep doing it. Wait for this seat to take this mortal realm. All of them are heroes. The voice fell. The demonic energy dissipated. Greedy Arhut asked with a frown. Blood demon, why are you still contacting the demons? Didn't the peerless seniors say that let's not get involved in the affairs of the demon race? The white-haired mushroom shook his head. It's not that we want to get involved. Instead, wait a little longer. The peerless predecessors have not yet descended to Earth. I'm afraid we're going to die at the hands of a few immortals. Today's several immortals. None of the 3 of us together are its opponents. Pammerhat was also silent. Blood demon ancestor sighed. We have become pawns. No ambition is worth mentioning anymore. I just want to survive. The white-haired mushroom also sighed. Before speaking of the blood fiend, He tried to ascend and escape. It's a pity that it was forcibly interrupted. Now, even if I want to soar, there's nowhere to go. The heavenly immortal mansion is staring at me too closely. For the sake of the present, only survive under the hands of the demons. The greedy Arhut gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, the reason why the demon lord soared. It must be that he got some information in advance. When he ascended, the heavenly immortal mansion did not interfere. Why is it so hard for us to take our turn? When it comes to the three demon lords, he is very indignant. How can you ascend without us?" The blood fiend was silent for half a moment. Again, when will the greedy demon eyeless Taoist be willing to come down to earth? If he doesn't give a letter again, mushrooms, and I won't wait any longer. Greed says he doesn't know. My seniors didn't reach out to me. The blood fiend was furious. If you wanted to say that bullshit stunt, it's not reliable. If the so-called true demon of the demon clan can drag the heavenly immortal mansion, I'll soar in no time. Never stay in this mortal world for a moment. But the swan predecessor said that he would help us find a backer in the upper realm. Don't you be impressed? The backer. He touched your brain, and it was put into the straw bag when it was sown. The swan show will give you a pie at random. You really believe it? With that, the blood demon left the cave angrily. The white-haired mushroom also warns the greedy. If you don't ascend with us, it's too late to regret it. The Grievals were silent again. I feel that what the two of them said is indeed reasonable. That's when it happened. A voice came from the magic weapon. Sounds like a constant cough. It was as if he had been seriously injured. Don't worry, I'm coming. The greedy demon heard the voice of the eyeless Taoist, busy asking the senior if he was injured. The swan replied that he didn't. It's just that something has gone wrong in my practice recently. I'm not unearthly. I'm just waiting for a big man in heaven. I heard you and the two men just talking. As long as you are obedient, I'll take care of you after ascension. It will surely make you rise quickly in the upper realm. The greedy demon immediately thanked him. At the same time, he asked the seniors with some indelible questions. Can you tell us about the specific time of the next day? I'm afraid I can't stand it. The stunner told him. Up to 100 years. It will be 100 years to hear. The greedy demon is really speechless. The stunner continued to instruct the greedy Arhut. All you have to do is instigate the demon Tao to continue sending the true demon to descend. Do not participate in person. If you are also deeply involved in it, I won't be able to protect you then. After the news was cut off, the greedy Arhut was silent for another 100 years. It is necessary to persist for another 100 years under the pursuit of Ji Xianxian. What should I do if I encounter Ji Xianxian? Can I beat it? The concubine can't do it. Hanju was in retreat for 15 years. Reached the perfection realm. The 8th layer Ji, immortal god, can't recruit it. Take the grain out of the gas. Don't paddle away. Your top luck is here again. Viewers who can't wait can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the QQ Reading app. Search for the video name or comment section. Top wonderful follow-up. It's cool to see in one breath. The book snapped back and forth. Another 15 years had passed since Feng Liang contacted the heavenly immortal mansion. These 15 years, the scenery of the demon road is lost. Become a street rat, hunted down by the righteous way of the world. In addition to the righteous path, relay immortals and other heavenly pride. Even Zhou Fan was reincarnated and rebuilt. Join the demon slayers. Tianjiao of all ethnic groups is also full of talents. Join forces to express their determination to the heavenly court. Of course, there are also some Tianjiao methods that are too strange. So much so that they were squeezed out by the allies of the righteous path. Hanju, who ended his stage of penance. It is customary to open the circle of friends email to see the excitement. Your friend Zhou Fan was attacked 4,729 times by demon cultivators. Your friend Ji Xianxian has been attacked by a demon cultivator. 110,332 times. Your disciple Morong Chi was attacked 78 times by righteous monks. Your friend Huang Jihao is attacked by a demon cultivator 74,110 times. Your friend Joding Jinrin has been attacked by demon cultivators 85 times. Your disciple Sun Fong Liang comprehended the way of heaven when he practiced. The road has risen sharply. Your Taoist companion Xian Qingjun gained Shinto luck. Your friend Dooku is attacked by the scattered immortals. Life hangs by a thread. Looking at it throughout, it can be seen that the demon cultivators suffered heavy casualties. Han Ju didn't sympathize with her. Not the Virgin. The two realms of good and evil are incompatible. When the previous demonic path swept the righteous path, how many sects were slaughtered? How many people have been brutally poisoned by demon cultivators? At this time, Hanju had already reached the 8th layer of the Mahayana realm. Hanju did not pin his hopes entirely on the right path. You still have to become stronger. Now that the heavenly immortal mansion and other holy places have taken over this matter, you can cultivate with peace of mind. That's when it happened. Juding real people came to visit suddenly. Look at the tragic condition of his serious injuries. Hanju guessed that Joding must have participated in the demon-slaying army. It is said that the immortal mansion learned that the heavenly court would slay demons in the nether realm that day. At that time, the mortal world will be implicated by the demonic way. Disaster is coming. Now the heavenly immortal mansion is under the banner of self-help in the mortal realm. Order the world's sects to hunt down and kill the demons. Send us disciples of the Yuqing holy sect at will. As a result, many disciples of the sect were killed and injured. Joding suspected that the Tianxian mansion was taking the opportunity to suppress the Yuqing holy sect. Unexpectedly, Han Yavavid his hand. Tell him, this news is true. If our Yuqing holy sect can contribute, let's do it. The two realms of good and evil are incompatible. The immortals of the upper realm are equivalent to the top bosses of the righteous path. Now the immediate boss suspects that his subordinates are colluding with the enemy. Those of us who are subordinates, if you don't show some gestures, it will definitely be washed away together. Now even the demon clan has joined the demon-slaying army. I'm sure you can understand. Juding instantly understood. It means that he will immediately arrange for his disciples to continue to remove the demon guardian Dao. Hanju let him be bold and reassuring of the dry Jade Qing holy sect. There is him sitting in the carefree Juding after leaving. Hanju knows that it is better to rely on others than on himself. You have to hurry up and cultivate to the 9th level of the Mahayana realm. When the time comes, if the heavenly court insists on destroying the mortal world, he also has to have the strength to protect himself. It's a big deal. When the time comes, take the penance to become an immortal mountain. Hide in the underworld. Hanju can also jump to other realms. After all, he chose the path of reincarnation of the Sword Immortal. But go to other realms. He had to go alone. It is not possible to bring anyone else with you. And he doesn't know anything about other worlds. They can't choose which realm to jump to. Other words, once the reincarnation power is cast, jumping to which other realm to land completely randomly. So don't be forced to do so. He wouldn't choose to jump to other realms. Thinking about it, Anque falta familiar ahora. I've been hiding for a long time. It's time to come out and breathe. Brother Ji hasn't seen him for 10 years. Ji Xinshin's aura was more than twice as strong. Officials and friends can rest assured. I'm coming, just to get together with you. I'm not going to challenge you this time, but I brought you what I promised you last time. After that, a few immortals took out a pot of soup. My signature dish, Tianqing water snake soup. Please also invite officials and friends to taste it. Hanju picked up the soup as he spoke, while admiring. The world's first monk. There's such a side. I don't know if I have a bite of soup. Hanju instantly felt that his realm was about to loosen. The cooking skills of this product can really be regarded as the best in the world. The color and fragrance of this soup penetrate through the limbs and bones to the depths of the soul. Even Tang Nyo, the god of cooking, had to kneel down and cry bitterly when he drank it. I don't know that this is the moment. Several immortal gods suddenly spoke. On behalf of the heavenly immortal mansion, I invite you to join you as the elder of the heavenly immortal mansion. Would you like to? Thank you for your kindness. Not necessarily. Why? The golden nest and the silver nest are not as good as their own kennels. Several immortals were stunned by Hanju's words. What words? What is this called? This is G, immortal god, asking Hanju not to be in a hurry to refuse. The heavenly immortal mansion discovered the enchantment set up by the demon Tao. It has been connected to the unknown world. I'm afraid it has something to do with the demons. We have encountered the world opened up by the demons before. I've also been killed. Would you be interested in fighting demons with me? Generally, that kind of heaven and earth hides the cultivation resources that the demons give to the demon path. Maybe there's something you need. Hanju fought while eating. Even you can punch in. Are the demons so weak? When the immortals heard this, they were annoyed and angry. What do you mean? Hanju coughed awkwardly. I'm not belittling you, heavenly immortal mansion. Demons should be stronger than mortals no matter what. Otherwise, why would the devil honor them? A few immortals said, the real demons are trapped in the underworld. Only a few true demons can be sent to preach. We've ever encountered the strongest true demons. It's almost the 9th layer of the Mahayana realm. Then I won't go. I wish you all the best. Hanju pointed to a few in the distance. Look at the Yuqing Shenzong bus station there. Get out of here. Forgive me for sending a few immortals not far away, so I had no choice but to pack up and leave. He asked Hanju casually. Does Fong Liang have anything to do with you? I saw penance become immortals. He is in the mountains. Hanju pretended to say that he was not too familiar with Fong Liang, just passing by and being a guest. A few immortals said, this son Rong Shujing was recognized by the remnants of his ancestors. Even he himself didn't have Fong Liang's treatment. Hanju wanted to ask Fong Liang how he got on the genius list. Several immortals said, then we have to start with the Tianxian competition conference that year. Back then, Fong Liang drew a lottery. The opponent was the 5th best combined competition Lung Zhen on the talent list at the time. It stands to reason that the situation should be one-sided. Who knew that Fong Liang had subverted everyone's cognition? That weird technique that Fong Liang didn't know where to learn. Let's not talk about how effective it is. In terms of momentum alone, it surpassed Ji Lingchan. Not only does it instantly swell the flesh to several times its size, even the realm skyrocketed to the merge realm in an instant. There is one thing to say. This is Fong Liang's hardest man. And that horrible punch. The strength is far greater than that of Ji Lingchan, a bald monk from the island country who once crossed east. I didn't even have time to think. Was knocked down by Fong Liang's punch. He was recuperated from a serious injury for 3 years. The ranking fell directly out of the top 10 on the list. Since you said that you don't know him well, then I'm relieved. This son is very talented. Now there are quite a few people who say, sooner or later, he will be better than me. I can't stand it. I'm ready to clean him up. Out of breath. Hanju smiled slightly. I see. A few friends I suddenly remembered. You can't move this person. He is my grandson. True demon warrior. Pointing directly to the land of great luck in the world. The Horn King was the first to meet the enemy. The opponent is not simple. Don't paddle away. Your top luck is here again. Friends who can't wait can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the name of the video searched by the Chiochio reading app or the comment area. Top wonderful follow-up. It's cool to see in one breath. The book is picked up again. It has been another 7 years and a day since Ji Xianxian visited. Hanju, who was cultivating, suddenly felt uneasy. At this time, a powerful force somewhere was tearing the heavenly Tao apart. I saw a huge hand stretched out from the spatial crack. unleash a huge amount of energy, constantly fighting against the heavenly Tao. In a devastating collision, I saw a group of strange figures coming out of the crack. It was a group of true demons who came to the world. The man standing at the front stands with his hands behind his back. It's not just the face that is bewitching. He also has a pair of pupils. This person's name is Lu Yushua. He is the ruler of the true demons. The man sneered, said to himself, I didn't expect this world to be so repulsive to my demons. But the mortal realm seems fragile. That's when it happened. The power of the heavenly Tao once again showed its power. Countless heavenly Tao chains fell from the sky. With the power of heavenly punishment, abstract these dozens of true demons. Unbeknownst to him, the giant hand in the crack of the heavenly Tao suddenly shot out demonic energy. The power is great. Unexpectedly, the power of heavenly punishment was instantly dispersed. All the true demons immediately clenched their fists and bowed their heads. Thank you in the direction of the gathering. And those who gathered over there were called ancestors by them. Then a voice came from behind the sentence. I am not tolerated by the way of heaven here. Gathering information about the heavenly immortal mansion. When the main thing is to be steady, you can no longer use the power above the 9th layer of the Mahayana realm. Stop provoking the rules of the heavenly Tao. The demons immediately worshipped the Buddha. Follow the admonition of the ancestors. The old ancestor continued to write orders to Lu Yu. Let him find the place where the world's luck is the strongest. Be sure to destroy it. Hit the luck of the mortal world. After that, things will be smoother. With that, the hand slowly withdrew from the crack in the heavenly Tao. Under the watchful eye of the demons, the cracks in the heavenly Tao slowly healed. Lu Yushua immediately began to scan with his divine sense. Soon the direction of the wild goose was discovered. There is a sect that doesn't seem to be very strong. It shouldn't be the heavenly immortal mansion there. But why is it the most powerful place in the mortal world? What the hell is the word penance to become an immortal? Whatever. Extinguish it first. At this time, Han Ju, who was cultivating in the cave, was suddenly startled. A strong sense of uneasiness opened his eyes. The enlightenment sword that was cultivating also felt this strong uneasiness. Neither of them could tell where this feeling of oppression came from. Could it be that the heavenly court immortals are coming? How could it be so fast? That's when it happened. Han Ju appeared in front of his eyes. System prompts. A true demon invasion of the mortal world has been detected. The mortal world ushered in a great victory. You have the following options. Exit immediately. Kill all the true demons. Famous all over the world. You can get a spiritual treasure. A piece of heavenly Tao spirit stone too. Continue to cultivate. Stay away from right and wrong. Obtain a divine power inheritance. Invasion of the true demons. Han Ju's brows jumped. It turned out that the demon thief was immortal. Han was determined to make him uneasy. I am afraid that this catastrophe is far better than the previous system said that this is a catastrophe. It seems that this true demon must be very strong. Han Ju silently chose the second option. Not very sure. He couldn't take any chances. You choose to continue cultivating. Stay away from right and wrong. Obtain a divine power inheritance. Congratulations on your supernatural powers. Please magic. Please pass on the magic of magic. Magical powers can be passed on to others. Someone else can summon you remotely. In an hour, you can use the divine spell to return to the place you came from. Han had no time to pay attention to this new supernatural power. Immediately start testing the strongest within a 100-mile radius. Immediately, the system detected the 9th layer true demon commander of the Lu Yu blood Mahayana realm. How could the true demon commander come so quickly? It's for me. It still happened to appear around the Yuqing holy sect. Han Ju immediately asked the enlightenment sword to pass the word. The true demon is about to invade the Yuqing holy sect. Let the dumpling head resist for a while, and he himself is going to try it with a mock trial. At this time, Lu Yushua's blood was less than 30 miles away from the Yuqing holy sect. He looked at the direction of the Yuqing holy sect and did not move. Rather, it is with divine consciousness. The strength of the monks of the Yuqing holy sect was investigated. He's so weird. This small sect is obviously low in strength. Why is luck indeed the most powerful in this mortal world? Is there no fraud here? This building is very suspicious of blood. That's when it happened. A figure galloped in. It is the three-headed Jiao King. Mahayana. 6 floors. Jade Crumbs frowned. Where did this poor country come from? When the divine consciousness swept just now. Why didn't I find out that this place was really fraudulent? I saw King Jiao with a black face. Said secretly in my heart, the host is really not simple. If it hadn't reminded me. The presence of intruders is not even perceived. Presumably, it is not easy for the other party to cultivate. If this battle goes awry, it's tantamount to smashing your job. It looks like we have to go all out. Then the three-headed Jiawang took out a halberd. He smirked. You are the so-called true demon building. Jade Shavings were stunned. How did the other party know that he was a real demon? Could it be that the demon clan's plan has already been leaked? I saw that the Horned King didn't say a word. Wielding the halberd, he killed Lu Yushua directly. How terrifying the 2 Mayana statues are. Less than 5 breaths in time, the surrounding mountains and rivers were razed to the ground. The Horned King's offensive was very sharp. But Lu Yushua has been testing his strength. It's not tough. The Horned King thought that Lu was powerless to parry when he encountered blood. He threatened that the real demon was nothing more than that. Take advantage of the situation and use killer moves one after another. Want to end the fight? How do you know that Lu Yushua doesn't want to fight? I plan to quickly tell the ancestor to destroy the forces here. The Horned King didn't intend to let him go. Hong Ji stopped in front of Lu Yushua. Lu Yushua didn't want to kill the Foot King now. However, this big dumpling head is really rampant. That's it. The two of them plan to fight a quick battle to the death. Sentence the 2 ministers to play with their lives. Yuqing sect was bombarded dozens of miles away. The roar of the battle alarmed the elders and flew out of the sect one after another. Even penance to become an immortal. The people on the mountain were also blown and jumped. At this time, Hanju had just finished the mock trial. All kinds of killing moves couldn't hit Lu Yushi. What the hell is this guy? Not only did Hanju discover the anomaly, even the interactions that were fighting found out that something was wrong. Obviously, the realm is not much different. How could you not hurt each other? To be exact, it's not that it can't hurt. It's that the other person can heal quickly. After being pierced through the body by any trick, Lu Yu's blood seemed to be nothing. It's instantaneous. At this moment, Lu Yu's blood sacrificed the magic weapon. A cold smile. Dumpling heads. It's my turn. Xiao Wang was ordered to face the true demon commander. Was crushed. Hanju came up with a way to crack it. One move to defeat the enemy. Pick up the back of the Horned King, although the offensive is aggressive. How do you know that Lu Yushua has a secret method to protect the body? Let the Horned King attack. It didn't hurt him in the slightest. I saw Lu Yushua snort coldly. I'm not going to hide anymore. Prepare to shoot at the Diagonal King. At this moment, the Horned King's heart was already half cold. He didn't expect the gap between the two to be so big. I saw Lu use bloody fingers in front of me. 1 finger and 2 pupils. A flash of magic. Expand the stratagem realm. The monstrous demonic aura instantly shook the Jiao King dozens of feet away. Then this demonic energy spread overwhelmingly. In an instant, the Yuqing holy sect was enveloped in it. The elders who were watching from the ground at this moment also fell into despair. Obviously, the 2 sides of the fight. None of them knew each other. Why do you want the Yuqing holy sect to suffer this unjustified disaster? One Yu Gang suggested that Jioding Jinren hurry up and asked the god-slaying elder. I don't know, after being covered by demonic energy. All the people could not move. At this moment, time in the silent demon realm seemed to stand still. Even breathing was forbidden. Jioding Jinren immediately transmitted his divine consciousness to everyone. Let them use the turtle breath method. Avoid being suffocated. Unexpectedly, an elder saw an amazing scene in the distance. I saw a faint formation in the monstrous demonic aura. Countless demonic chi turned into sharp stone cones. The sky is full of people who want to smash the Jiaowang. If this trick falls down, I'm afraid that even the sect array can't resist. And this demonic aura is weird. Even the three-headed Jiao King couldn't use his magical powers. The body seems to be on its back, a huge mountain. Xiao Wang lived for 10,000 years. I've never met such a terrible opponent. Lu Yushue likes this feeling of crushing sentient beings very much. He told King Jiao that this realm could temporarily avoid the heavenly Tao, and he himself can do anything in it. Now in the field, the fate of these ants is completely in his hands. They are called ants. Jiao Wang is also very unhappy. This was his first battle after joining Han Ju's command. Is it going to be such a loss? Xiao Wang disarmed his weapon. Lu Yushue thought that the Horn King was going to admit defeat. Didn't know that the Horn King was planning to fight with him. The Horn King didn't want to show his true identity. However, the situation is too unfavorable. Use the true form of the demon clan to fight with this jade building. Maybe there's a chance to win. Who said that the Mahayana realm is higher and higher? The greater the gap in strength. Now I'll let you see the true strength of my three-headed Jiao King. Lu Yushue was planning to destroy the Jiao King, but I saw the King of Jiao looking up to the sky and roaring. The strength has increased dramatically. With the evil smile of the Horn King, heaven and earth suddenly exploded. The monstrous demonic aura leveled several hills. A three-headed black-scaled dragon appeared in the heavens and the earth, hundreds of feet long, mighty and domineering. Under the four claws, stepping on the dragon swallow, a pair of giant wings spread out. Fly! The mountain-like figure seems to be very small. I didn't know that Lu Yu's blood body didn't move. Looking at the huge, three-headed dragon, he smiled contemptuously. True dragon blood. It's a pity that I'm going to die here. The three-headed Jiaowang didn't want to fight either. I saw three heads charging at the same time. Prepare to spew out lava. And the blood in that building still does not dodge. Let this devastating dragon rock spray on him. Monstrous flames instantly dispelled the surrounding demonic energy. The people in the Yuqing holy sect were all blown away. And Jioding Jinren found that his body could move again. He looked up at the sky. It was found that Long Yin had boiled the monstrous demonic chi open. Huge rifts. You can't see the end at a glance. King Jiao thought that he would be crippled if he didn't die when he hit the building. Unbeknownst to him, a demonic aura instantly appeared above the three dragon heads. I saw Lu Yushue smile contemptuously again. I thought there would be some surprises. I didn't expect your three beasts to have impure blood. It's still far from the real dragon. At this moment, the three-headed Jiaowang was desperate. The gap between the two seems to be separated by heaven and earth. Could it be that this Lu Jade blood Deshang is actually complete and cannot become Lu Yu blood? It feels boring. Thanks to this, it is still a place of great luck in the world. There was no one who dared to fight. You impure-blooded waste dragon. But that's it. Let's end it. With that, he raised his right hand and pressed it down, rolling demonic energy in the sky. Descend into a giant mountain hand and smash it down behind you. If there is no one, then suffer death, as a mushroom cloud rises into the sky. The three-headed Jiaowang was pinched like a small snake. At this moment, he regretted that he should not have succeeded in this ability. He remembered the time when the Enlightenment Sword came to call him before. I clearly instructed this true demon to cultivate above me. The master told him to hold off the enemy for a while. It's a pity that I think I've become a big man. Mirror. There are few opponents in the mortal world. How can a mere true demon not just do it? I am the general of the three-headed Jiaowang, who cultivated into the immortal mountain. Not going to lose at all. At that time, the Enlightenment sword persuaded him. Don't die. The words of the host were never missed. He said that if you can't beat it, you won't be able to beat it. It's too late to say anything. The Horned King, who was still alive, only hoped that his master would come and save him. That's when it happened. A strong wind suddenly struck. Lu Yuxiue turned his head to look. I saw a figure galloping towards me. Not someone else. Hanju is finally here. Hanyu slovli valkid tosh lu yuksu. Boast as you go. The dumpling head is well done. Hold on for a moment. Just right. Lu Yuxiue was surprised to find. Hanju was unexpectedly uncontrolled by the domain. An inexplicable sense of crisis was coming towards him step by step. I saw Hanju take a step forward. Instantly used the reincarnation sword intent. Lu Yuxiue felt the sword intent of the Tai level attacking. It was so frightened that his soul trembled. I don't know, it's this doppelganger. The chill is at hand. How can this man be so fast? Hanju made a move in an instant. The middle finger was inserted into Lu Yuxi's nostrils. At this moment, Lu Yu's brain was already numb. Hanju said coldly, "Your secret method is truly mysterious. Hide the true element in the mezzanine between the demon world and the mortal world. Mobilize your power with the help of a temporary condensation. I'm not worried about your way of stealing the day. Fortunately, I fought you many times. Finally found an easy way to take you out." Lu Yu's blood eyes were shocked. "Fight and stop." Lu Yuxiue just shouted the last two words. Hanju used the heaven and earth Xianhuang breaking sword in his nostrils. Finger towers royal blood. The physical body was directly annihilated by the sword chi. The Horned King froze as he looked at the blood mist in the sky. What kind of existence is the master? It's terrifying. Hanju shook the snot on his hand. It's disgusting. Then a line of words popped up in front of me. The three-headed Jiao King's favor for you has increased. The current opinion rating is 4.5 stars. Han decided to subdue the true demon. Reign over the soul. Spare him his life. Penance into a fairy mountain. All the staff gathered again and picked up the last book. Lu Yuxiue, although he was directly annihilated by Hanju's sword point. But before the battle of the Horned King, it has already brought a lot of damage to the Yuqing holy sect, although the whole clan was impressed by the heroic battle of the Hanged King. But after all, he is a mountain guard, but it sprayed all the mountains in one gulp. I really can't say it. So the Horned King was inevitably complained about by everyone. Jioding Jinren knows that people who have cultivated into immortal mountains cannot be punished at will. I wanted to ask the Enlightenment Sword. Elder Han has any instructions? Enlightenment Sword said, "The pot of the king was stirred, and let him carry it himself." After all, cultivating into an immortal mountain does not raise idlers. Jioding is not good either. He couldn't get off the stage, so he came up with a bad idea that would not buy people. The surveying and mapping of the river and the greening of the hill that was rebuilt after the war was handed over to the Horned King. The Horned King was reluctant, but you can only carry your own pot. Return to the Xiantian cave mansion. Hanju's right hand was flipped. The soul of Lu Yu's blood emerged. Under the restraint of the 6 fierce paths, Lu Yuxiue couldn't escape. Hanju asked him why he appeared near the Yuqing holy sect. Lu Yuxiue said in fear, "Just passing by. It doesn't mean to hurt you." As soon as the words fell, the middle finger of horror pointed at his soul. He was so frightened that he screamed directly, "I was sent here by the demon ancestor. It's just that the luck of the earth is the best in the mortal world. He told me to destroy this place. Inflict heavy damage on the luck of the mortal realm. Alleviate the pressure of the demon bloodbath in the mortal world. I'm also afraid of death. I beg my seniors to spare my life." and he will send you a great master. Are the demons so weak? Lu Yuxia. I felt a great insult, but he had to bow his head. The building writes, except for him. There are also dozens of Mahayana true demons. They all went to the heavenly immortal mansion. And there are heavenly restrictions in the mortal world. Existence beyond the Mahayana realm. If you trespass, you will alarm the turtles. In order not to be discovered by the heavenly palace, the shrine, and the Buddhist gate, the demons can only send us to this Mahayana realm. The true demons of the 9th layer have infiltrated the world. Hanju raised an eyebrow. A question mark popped up in his head. Isn't there a blue angel in the demons and the underworld? This group has been planning for so long. I sent a few of them. If I just clean them up, inevitably attract all kinds of old monsters of the demon race. When the time comes, I will cultivate into an immortal mountain for me. It is my disciples who will suffer. Apprentice grandson. Han was determined not to let this happen. After all, his strength is still an ant in the eyes of the upper realm. There are people outside of people. There is a sky outside the sky. Don't risk dying on the road to eternal life. All this was Hanju's imagination just now. However, Lu Yushue's words surprised him. In this wave of true demons, his strength is the highest. The real demon race was defeated in the heavenly Tao tribulation many years ago, sealed in the 6 realms of reincarnation. These are still demons who came this time. The demon bewitchment that I worked so hard to find outside. The ghost on the bridge. Let the ghosts who don't want to be reincarnated become demon cultivators. Until he cultivates to become a true demon. Hanju is strong. Let him be out of reach. He could only beg for mercy one by one. Damn shit. Sure enough, this task is not reliable. Lu Greenblood was ordered by the demon ancestor. His first reaction was to feel that there was a pitfall. Sure enough, as soon as he came to the mortal world, he overturned. Lu Yushua hates it very much now. Isn't it comfortable for the demon ancestor to stay in the underworld? I have to come to the mortal world to do something. At this time, Hanju had finished inquiring about everything. A trace of killing intent was released from his divine sense. Prepare to destroy him. Lu Yushua was instantly frightened, crying and wiping tears begging for mercy, and greeted the 18th generation of the ancestors of the demon clan. Snap kowtow. Beg Hanju to let him go. That's when it happened. Hanju received a system prompt. Lu Yushua has a hatred for you. The current aggro level is 1 star. Hanju squinted at 1 star. The hatred level is actually okay. It's far less than a never-ending situation. Korean dramas are hesitant to let him go. At the moment of life and death, he is single-mindedly hateful. The character of this real demon is very interesting. Even if you let it go, you have to imprison its soul. Han decided to stop. Maybe I'll be able to use this guy in the future. Lu Yu Xiechinen. Thank you, Han Duel. Imprison Lu's bloody soul in the depths of his own soul. Another day, the demons are coming. Maybe he's still useful. If you can't beat it then, Han Duel. Prepare to run away with everyone. Outside the cave, the 3-headed Jiao Wang returned to the Fusang tree in disappointment. He kept his head down. Don't dare to face anyone else. Kuroheim smirked playfully. Is this what it is? We need the master to take a shot. You also need the help of your master. You tell me where our gap is. The 3-headed Jiao Wang almost exploded when he heard it. I kind of you go up and try it. A bunch of chickens and dogs who can only play with their mouths. Seeing that the 3 of them were about to be tense, the Enlightenment Sword spoke. 7th Master, don't be embarrassed for Xiao Wang. The host said, the true demon just now was really ridiculously strong. The Horn King thought that the Enlightenment Sword was going to speak for him. How do you know that the Tao Sword said? The reason why the Horn King was overwhelmed. In fact, the difference in strength between the 2 sides is too large. Hearing this, the 3-headed Jiao Wang was angry and had internal injuries. I usually don't let go of my fart. Looking for Chang'an. Take this opportunity to educate Fong Liang. Let's see what the teacher said is right. Outsiders are always unreliable. You have to practice well. You and your brother will be our hope. In the future, it will still depend on the two of you to solve master's problems. Yang Tiandong, Three-Headed Jiaowang, Black Jadeheim. Chaos Tengu felt like it was being connotated. Not much. Murong Qi also rushed back in the dust. He heard that the Yuqing holy sect had suffered a great calamity. He interrupted his training and rushed back. At this time, Han Ju's voice came from the cave. Now that everyone has made it up, let's gather as a teacher. There is something to say. At this time, Sun Chang'an remembered the person who had not shown up. Fong Liang asked who he was referring to. Sun Chang'an said that he was your second uncle. Until now, Murong Qi and Fong Liang had not seen his true face. Right now, there was a strong sense of uneasiness coming from Han Ju's cave mansion. Everyone was attracted by a demonic aura. It's obviously only the strength of the half-step Rong realm. Why is it so disturbing? Soon a person walked out of the Xiantian cave mansion. It was Suki, who had grown taller again. Suki looked at the crowd, immediately instinctively attracted to a force. It felt like the burnt smell of a quilt in the sun. It is also like the fragrance of flowers after being baptized by moisture in the early morning. There was only one person in her eyes at the moment. Why is this girl so cute? The moment Suki saw her, even the name of the child in the future has been thought of. That's when it happened. Suki, who was bathing in hormones, was interrupted by Han Ju. Boy, then you are calm and calm. Don't look at other people's beauty. He's a handle maker. Han Ju preached. Teach the disciples the power of the mind. The first weather transporter visited. This time it's a ruthless man. Don't paddle away. Your top luck is here again. This work has now been renamed Heavenly Tao. Han Ju was anxious to see it. Follow-up friends can click the link in the lower left corner to download the QQ Reading app. Just search for the name of the video. The book is picked up again. After settling the matter of Lu Yushue, Han Ju began to study the newly learned art of inviting gods. This please magic has the main supernatural powers. Distraction. Learn to distract yourself and summon those who have mastered the Lord's supernatural powers. In other words, learning to be distracted is just mastering the call. But there is no limit to the number of times this magic power can be used. If all those who learn to be distracted summon Han Ju every day, then he will be exhausted to death. Han Ju decided to teach the distraction power only to his own people. So, the disciples were training outside. In the event of a major crisis, you can summon him to his support with the magic of the gods. As for Xing Hongxian, they are scared when they think about Korean dramas. If Xing Hongxian often summons him over, then his small body is unbearable. So in order to prevent everyone from abusing it, influence the practice, even if it's to teach it to others. I have to put it another way. While studying the magic of please, Han Ju saw Murong Qi come back through his divine sense. The disciples got together. It's a good time to preach. So he spread the word to all his disciples. Let everyone put things aside for a while. Prepare the collection. At the same time, he also called Suki. It's been so long since I was in retreat. It's time to get out of the country and take a look. However, this kid was attracted to Fong Liang at the first sight of his exit. Han Ju said to everyone, there are two things today. The first is that Suki is officially out of the customs today. Let's get to know each other. However, this kid was busy looking at Fong Liang. I didn't bother at all. Everyone found out that Fong Liang was indeed a handle. His heart was almost broken. Kun can think about it. Persuade him if he really has an idea. Why bother with gender? Han Ju said, before, Suki was sent by me to go undercover in the demon sect. Had to turn into a demon cultivator as a teacher. Let him go into retreat and concentrate on cultivation for a period of time. I am afraid that you will misunderstand him. Han Ju turned his head to look at Su Qi. Now it seems that everyone is treating you quite well. Now the world is quite peaceful. It's time to make it clear. Get you out of the customs. Listen to this. Suki was grateful. It means that you should practice well. Repay the master for his hard work. Hanju asked him to get along well with his brothers and sisters in the future, especially to have a good relationship with Fong Liang and the dog. At this time, everyone was also whispering, looking for Chang'an. Instructed the two apprentices to learn from the second master. There is no second person on our mountain who has been assigned a task by Hanju. The dog also boasts. At the time of the Great War of the Righteous Demons, Su Qi has killed a lot of demon cultivators. Later, Kuan held a joining ceremony for Su Qi. Since then, the Air Force has added a new member. This time, I called Suki. Hanju also wanted to test it. Let's see if the luck of cultivating into an immortal mountain can suppress Su Qi's unintentionality. Before, Lu Yushua said that the luck here is the best in the world. That's when it happened. Enlightenment soared. Suddenly, I remembered that there was a second thing. On your site, the second thing is to pass on to you a trick to save your life. This supernatural ability can only be used when life is at stake. The crowd was amazed. Hanju is going to talk about this again. The last time I talked about the gate of reincarnation. Dogs, they didn't catch up. Hanju fooled everyone and said, once using this supernatural power, you will be given great power. But the cost is also unimaginable. You will face the nightmare you fear most. On your side, solemnly. Everyone looked at each other in fright. Fong Liang asked weakly, this nightmare is a fantasy. Or will what I'm afraid of come true? Korean dramas are a bit embarrassing. The heart says that you are still thinking deeply. I'm just making it up. All in all, not as a last resort. Never use this supernatural power. But when it comes to life and death, you have to use it. I hope you all live. Accompany me to the avenue. Enjoy eternal life. Hearing these words made everyone's blood surge. All the disciples assured, never let down Hanju's hard work. The Horned King and two little golden crows. Because of identity, I didn't dare to expect Hanju to teach them supernatural powers. Hanju instructed Fong Liang and the dog. We'll talk about you two sitting with Suki later. In the future, the practice should also be accompanied by 3 people. The Horned King watched Hanju's teachings to his disciples. I felt a little envious in my heart. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to preach in Mahayana. The disciples on this mountain are really enviable. The previous battle must have disappointed the master. This time I definitely don't deserve to listen to the master. Hanju looked at them with a smile. Let the Horned King and the little golden crow also come over and listen together. Since you have come to my penance to cultivate into the immortal mountain, that's something that everybody has to have a part in. The more the merrier. Come and learn together. Saw the olive branch thrown by Hanju. The Horned King was really moved. The favorability of Hanju immediately skyrocketed to 5.5 stars. The crowd took their seats. Hanju began to teach the distraction of the sacred tree. Kuan is full of confidence. I've been following the master for so long. Surely the understanding is higher than that of all of you. It's still complicated to ask for a distraction from the gods. This sermon is 8 years. Fong Liang, Murongqi, and Su Qi had mastered it in just a few days. The slowest to learn are Yang Tiandong and Kuan. These two are so stupid. Chaos Tengu finally finds his confidence. Fun fart. Boasting about your talent is high. I learned everything while playing. The two of you have been in business for 2 months and 8 years to achieve something. It's just stupid. Don't want it. Hanju naturally didn't give this stupid dog a good look. It's been so many years, and I haven't reached the realm of glory and vanity. No more cultivation. I will send you to the monks of Yulin, Guangxi. Just then a system prompt came. Detects if the preemptive transporter is looking at their origins. Hanju raised his eyebrows. It's been a long time since I've met a new atmospheric carrier. The last one was still a few immortals. A conceited maniac who was delusional and the best in the world. Hanju immediately chose to view. At this time, the Air Force team did not catch a fish. It's going to be useless. Even Fong Liang didn't catch a fish this time. As everyone knows, it was Su Qi's unlucky rush to make trouble. At this moment, a figure blocked everyone's way. Fong Liang was stunned. "The person in front of me is so unfamiliar," exclaimed seniors. "How did you get here?" The Comer was also stunned. "Fong Liang has finally found you. This person's name is Turing. Glory and Void. The 9-layer ancient which reincarnated in the Savage Era. The Wu clan and the Demon clan compete for the hegemony of the Heavenly Tao. Both fell. Lose your race's luck. The Wiccans were destroyed. A small number of great witches hid in the 6 realms of reincarnation. Turinger has been reincarnated for eternity. Finally wash away the karma of the Witch clan. But its soul is still the soul of the Great Witch. Achievement of the Immortal Emperor can be transformed into a Great Witch. Though map. Linger is a matter of the Heavenly Immortal Mansion. I came to find Fong Liang on the orders of the Master." Hanju's eyes widened in surprise at this person's introduction. "TSK, there's something about the people this time. The ancient wizard came. What is the intention?" "The practice was rejected. But I want to worship Hanju as a teacher. Don't take away your top luck. Friends who can't wait can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the QQ reading app. Search for the video name or comment section. Top wonderful follow-up. I saw a cool book in one go." Back then, Hanju detected a man named Turinger. Came to the immortal mountain of penance. This man is the reincarnation of an ancient witch. And it's also the kind of great witch that can only transform into an immortal emperor. How strong this man should be then. Hanju was secretly frightened. This woman is certainly not an ordinary person. At the same time, he noticed that Turing had come on the orders of the Heavenly Immortal Mansion. It is estimated that it is also a bad come. Out of caution, Hanju had a mock trial with Turing. A second later, he laughed self-deprecatingly. "I'm still too cautious. The current Turinger only has a background of great witches. Not really a witch. The strength can also rival some merge realm cultivators." Hanju detected that Turing had come to the foot of the mountain. Asked Kuan and Yang Tiandong to call Fong Liang over. Tianxian Mansion looked for Fong Liang. Obviously, it could be arranged. Why send deacons and elders to trek here? It seems that their purpose is not necessarily so simple. Hanju opened the perspective of divine consciousness. It was discovered that Turinger had already met with Fong Liang and them. Fong Liang asked Turinger what was going on, but I saw that Turing's eyes were looking left and right. Turing pointed in the direction of the ascetic immortal mountain. Asked Fong Liang, "Where does this mountain come from? Why is the aura so strong? I have already caught up with the cultivation holy land of the Heavenly Immortal Mansion." Fong Liang didn't hide it. "Tell him, this place is called the Immortal Mountain. This is my first division. As for why the aura is so strong," he was about to speak, was found in Chang'an. Interrupt immediately. "Yeah. There are some things that you don't want to talk about. I am Fong Liang's master. What's the matter with this fellow Taoist? You can ask me." The rest of the crowd also rushed up. I thought that the other party was not good. Turinger reassured everyone. "Come on your own. I just want to ask Fong Liang to do one thing. I hope to please touch the land fairy you mentioned in your letter. Rush to the aid of the Heavenly Immortal Mansion." Fong Liang was a little surprised. "You say so? Could it be that something happened to the Heavenly Immortal Mansion?" Turing said, "The Heavenly Immortal Mansion encountered a great disaster. Dozens of true demons attacked the Heavenly Immortal Mansion. The major elders suffered heavy casualties. The Heavenly Immortal Mansion is already in danger. Watching the Heavenly Immortal Mansion cultivate you for so many years, Please let me meet that gentleman. Fong Liang was a little embarrassed. Ben wouldn't have lied. There was some embarrassment on his face. Fong Liang could only say, "And the land fairy god is Ping Shui. The fairy god is long gone. There is no gate in the Yuqing holy sect that can help the heavenly immortal mansion now." Fu Linger asked with a smile. "That being the case, then you go and ask you for me. Is there still a shortage of elders in the Yuqing holy sect? I want to cultivate in this mountain." As soon as this remark came out, the crowd was stunned. "Why don't you want to?" Fong Liang asked in a panic. "Isn't there a problem in the heavenly immortal mansion? Senior, aren't you in a hurry to go back?" Fu Linger said, "It is precisely because of the difficulties that I cannot go back. My little glory and vanity realm will be sent to death when I go back. It's better to practice well. In the future, he will take revenge on the Tianxian mansion." As soon as this remark came out, the crowd was speechless. It felt like he was talking about it. Turing smiled whimsily. "Don't you also say that if the heavenly immortal mansion is in trouble, will you go back? So are you going back now?" Fong Liang was speechless. At this time, Kuan and they just walked over. Kunkin, who had just finished class, pulled everyone to accompany him to continue fishing. He asked Fong Liang to hurry back to the cave mansion. The master looked for him. "There is something to say," Fong Liang said. "Then you could just ask the opinion of the ancestor. If his old man agrees with you to cultivate here, that's it." Looking at the backs of everyone in the distance, Turing's heart was quite emotional. "I didn't expect to be in this small realm of wild geese. I was able to meet a senior brother, a sect that is as close as siblings. The outside world is constantly fighting. Even between the brothers and sisters, there is constant deceit. Solidarity like this, I haven't seen it yet. It's really interesting here. The reason why the aura of this place is so strong. I'm afraid it can't be separated from the sacred tree in the dream. If only I could find the sacred tree. You can find the land fairy god in the letter. Heavenly immortal mansion. Just a mouthful of it at the conference. The land immortal god mentioned in Fong Liangxin. They're not entirely convinced. And I'm not traveling thousands of miles. Come here. There are other purposes." At this time, the innate cave house. Fong Liang had already explained Turing's intentions. Hanju was also about to ask him, "What the hell is Turing's person?" Fong Liang's expression was indescribable. Said that he did not have a good impression of him. Hanju was also a little surprised. "Fong Liang, this kid has a pure temperament. He can say things that hate someone. There must be an inside story." Fong Liang said. Turinger was one of the elders of the heavenly immortal mansion. The qualifications can be ranked in the top 10 in Tianxian mansion, second only to me. However, this woman is notoriously cunning. What leads the way? There is no shortage of abductions. There are many monks in the heavenly immortal mansion who have suffered greatly. I'm also often made it impossible for her to cultivate well. Hanju asked again, "Does this person have any blood feuds?" Fong Liang hadn't heard of this. "I only know that Turing grew up in the Tianxian mansion since he was a child. Withdrawn personality. I like to do penance. Therefore, few people are willing to make friends with it. Now with the mission, I can only stay away from the heavenly immortal mansion. It shows that he is not a good type." Although Turing's sole background is a cow batch, but he's grown up now. The cunning character is inconvenient for brainwashing. Moreover, he is a disciple of the heavenly immortal mansion. Hanju didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble to reject him. Hearing Hanju's arrangement, Fong Liang was very happily departed. This person can take this opportunity to escape from the heavenly immortal mansion. Explain that he is not a faithful person. Although I cherish talents, but you can't take all the talents. Focus on the big picture. Leave nothing to chance. Immediately, Hanju began to check his email. So many years have passed. The real mother didn't make much of a fuss either. There is no leader written by Lu Yu. They couldn't even capture the heavenly, immortal mansion. It surprised Hanju. Your friend Ji Xianxin has been attacked by the true demon 145 times. Your friend Ji Xianxin was seriously injured. Life hangs by a thread. Your friend Ji Lingchan has been attacked by the true demon 4 times. Your friend Zhou Fan gets a chance. Flesh metamorphosis. Your friend Huang Jihao is attacked by a true demon. Seriously injured. Your Taoist companion Xian Qingjun comprehends the true meaning of the great Tao. Tao, Evergrande Rose. Your friend Don't Take Revenge. Encounter the bewitchment of the demons. Generate demons. Your friend Ji Immortal God has an epiphany of the holy law. Metamorphosis of the original gods. Hanju raised an eyebrow. Even several immortals were seriously injured. It seems that the heavenly immortal mansion is indeed in danger. Korean dramas are hesitant to help. Then he shook his head. He's dealt with the true demon lord. If the heavenly immortal mansion can't even solve the other true demons, how to face the demons after that? Hanju didn't want him to leave. The Yuqing holy sect was stolen. Several other immortals had an epiphany. Holy law is clearly the template for the protagonist. Maybe he'll take advantage of this to soar into the sky. Still don't bother him. To be the first in the world. Just as Hanju was thinking, Fong Liang is back again. Master Turing. She wouldn't go. He said yes. He wants to worship you as a teacher. Fong Liang said with a wry smile. After all, Fong Liang had a friendship with him in the heavenly immortal mansion. So you can't forcibly expel Korean dramas. It's so helpless. This is Turing Air, guided by a dream to find the sage Hanju Mahayana realm. The 9-story consummation is the pinnacle of the world. Don't paddle away. Your top luck is here again. Friends who can't wait can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the QQ Reading app. Search for the video name or comment section. Top wonderful follow-up. It's cool to see in one breath. The book is picked up again. The reason why Turinger wanted to stay in the penance and become an immortal mountain. On the one hand, he found that the aura here was extremely strong. On the other hand, he himself has a secret that no one knows. Not really. The heavenly immortal mansion asked Fong Liang to go back. For the current catastrophe of the heavenly immortal mansion. How much of a role Fong Liang can play? It was Turinger who took the initiative to find Fong Liang. Call it by fine-sounding name of gather the power of the heavenly immortal mansion outside. Since more than 10 years ago, Turing's practice was always prone to falling asleep. This dream is very unusual. It's like an innate ability. From small to large, anything that is experienced in a dream will become a reality. He even comprehended supernatural powers in his dreams. It is precisely because of such an windfall made him one of the Tianxian mansion Tianjiao. Later, he often saw a mountain in his dreams. There is a mysterious tree on the mountain, where the branches extend, covering the rivers and rivers. In the end, it contains 3,000 worlds of infinite avenues. At first, the dreams were vague. There is also a mysterious figure on the mountain. The past, the present, the future, and the future. A large island is stunning. Not sure why. He seemed to know the title of this supreme being. But the gods instinctively did not allow them to be called by their first names. It can only evoke immeasurable merit in the heart. Divine power of the heavenly saint. Till later, the dreams became clearer and clearer. I dreamed that Fong Liang knelt down in front of that mysterious figure, and that Tiansheng seemed to be particularly favored by Fong Liang. He understood that the other party must be related to Fong Liang. Fong Liang was the key person who guided him to find this opportunity. Hu Linger was convinced of her dream. That's why I came to the immortal mountain for thousands of miles. At this time, Fong Liang had already been ordered to persuade Turinger to leave. Fong Liang's words made Turinger startled, because Hanju's conditions were too harsh. That is, to kowtow in front of the statue of the penance to become an immortal for 10 years. Originally, Fong Liang was still secretly exclaiming Turing's identity as an elder of the heavenly, immortal mansion. Such a request will certainly not be granted. How do you know that Turing didn't say a word? Get down on your knees at once. Begin to snap and kowtow. Fong Liang thought that Turing was wrong by this because he was taking refuge. Turing smiled evilly. It can make you give up the generous treatment of the heavenly, immortal mansion. It can also cultivate such a treasure mountain. I believe this person is the land fairy god you believe in. Fong Liang. I didn't expect Turing to be such a chicken thief. See persuasion and don't move. Just let her kowtow. Turing concluded that Fong Liang's ancestor must be a great power. It's a dream. Once again, he was guided to chance. Time flies. 7 years pass quickly. A long moon hangs in the sky for a day. The Sichuan fairy has returned from training. Xing Hongxian thought in her heart, can fight to the death with her husband. The three of them talked and laughed. Go to the foot of the mountain of penance and immortality. Turing was found curled up on the ground. The three of them found out that he had deliberately imprisoned Xiaowei. Bow down here with only the flesh and a strong will. It turned out to be another cannibal who wanted to worship Han Ju as a teacher. Fairy Sichuan originally wanted to cross him with Samora. Was bounced away by Turing's backhand. This person is so strong. Let the Sichuan fairy be impressed. But if the foundation is ruined for this. On the contrary, the gains outweigh the losses. Turing thanked Fairy Sichuan for her kindness. I looked up. It has been 3 years since he cultivated to become an immortal mountain. Stick to it for another 3 years. Chang Yue scolded Han Ju for being too cold-blooded. It's time for this form of apprenticeship to stop. He let Xing Hongxian fight fiercely at night. I must persuade Han Ju well. Xing Hongxuan's inspiration flashed. Immediately took out a lot of the elixir he had prepared for Han Ju. Gifted to Turing's 3 daughters. On the time of return, Han Ju had already pinched his fingers and calculated. In order to prevent being stepped on by Xing Hongxian, he threw down the lecture notes for the practice of inviting the sacred tree in advance. And he went into retreat. It's been another 3 years. Han Ju finally broke through to the Mahayana realm. The 9-layer great perfection, the pinnacle of the world. At this time, the system sends a prompt. Your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the world. You have the following options. 1. Immediately ascended and transformed into an immortal. Obtain a divine power inheritance. A sword spirit treasure. 2. It will not soar for the time being. Continue to be on earth. To obtain an arcana. Han Ju did not hesitate. Just select the second option. You choose not to ascend for the time being. Obtain an arcana. Congratulations on obtaining the Tai Supreme Treasure 95 Supreme Chi Luck Robe. 95 Supreme Luck Robe. Tai is a treasure refined by the Emperor's luck. Extremely defensive. When worn on, you will gain imperial momentum. Tai Defense Arcana. Defense again. Anya os plus surprise. That's cool, isn't it? The system won my heart. Han Ju took out the 95 Supreme Chi Luck Robe. This is a dragon-patterned gold robe. Mighty and domineering. The golden light shines in the cave. Enlightenment Sword. Open your eyes and see. A look of surprise on his face. That's too high profile, isn't it? Enlightenment Sword curiously asked Han Ju what he was doing. Han Ju sighed that this new dress was a good thing. However, it is not as low-key as the golden cicada Xianxian clothes. Wu Dao Sword said that he had never seen the master wear any golden cicada Xianxian clothes. Han Ju pulled away the golden cicada and showed him the divine doctor. Can't you see it? Enlightenment Sword shook his head. It means that I can't see you. I'm so stupid. I definitely can't see Korean dramas. That's when I remembered the comic book author for so long. I haven't painted the golden cicada at all. It's not just one change a week. Now it's even more of an episode than a level of water. Hanju said that it is not a good thing for clothes to be too ostentatious. But the other way around, just put it on your body. Hanju asked the Enlightenment Sword to bring Turinger up the mountain. I'm a gambler. No, I'm in a good mood right now. As for whether you can get started, it's up to him to perform. Gu Linger has been apprenticed for 10 years. Realize your dream of going up the mountain. Hanju was promoted to the Scattered Wonderland. Usher in the Heavenly Punishment. Don't paddle away. Your top luck is here again. Friends who can't wait can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the QQ Reading app. Search for the name of the video and follow up. It's cool to see in one breath. The book is picked up again. Turinger knelt at the foot of the mountain for 10 years. This day, Hanju asked the Enlightenment Sword to call Turinger up the mountain. I heard that he had finally been summoned. Turing couldn't help but cry with joy. It's been 10 years. Do you know how I've spent the past 10 years? Enlightenment Sword said, the host can call you up the hill. There is a high probability that they will take you as an apprentice. However, he has not yet spoken officially. With us, you have to look up to everyone else. Practice with peace of mind. Don't cause trouble to your master. The master is still in retreat. Please wait a little longer on the mountain. After going up the mountain, Turing found that the aura was getting stronger. It has even surpassed the cultivation holy land of the heavenly immortal mansion. You can't see it from the outside. Could it be that this mountain is shrouded in an invisible barrier? What kind of immortal is Fong Liang's ancestor? After reaching the top of the mountain, the Enlightenment Sword pointed at the Fusang tree. You practice under this tree first. Originally, there were still 2 small golden crows on the tree, but they seem to have gone fishing today. Turing looked up and saw the Fuso tree. I was stunned at that moment. The dream has finally come true. This is the sacred tree in the dream. There is also the legendary golden Uttering air on the tree. The whole person who was shocked. At this moment, he was sure that Fong Liang's master must be a land immortal. That's when it happened. A strong tremor was heard in the distance. It was as if something huge was running towards the mountain. In the distance, Kunkin and their shouts were heard. The giant thing kicks up billowing smoke and dust. Crashed into countless trees. Wait for the giant to break the mirror. Only to see. It was a koi in the shape of a tempered dragon. Kunkin yelled at everyone to be careful as he ran. The fish is running out. Hear about the cultivation of this arowana. Turing's spirits immediately perked up. First shot. He didn't want to be looked down upon. I saw that he instantly felled out a piece of rune paper. Raise your hand and pinch the mantra. Directly towards the arowana. Arowana relied on cultivation. A spell without a vision. He tore straight at the rune paper. The moment of the collision. Arowana was directly knocked unconscious by the rune paper. Kuan took the opportunity to take off into the air. Genie is so beautiful. Cool sound. He sat firmly on the arowana. Wait for Kunkin to get up. The arowana had been smashed into fillets. Kunkin stretched out his chicken feet. He shook Turing's hand. The young man did a good job. It'll be baked later. Eat it for you too. At this time, Fong Liang came over and asked the Enlightenment Dao Sword. The master has agreed to take you as an apprentice. Turing said there was no such thing as him. The old man just asked me to go up the mountain first. Fong Liang leaned towards Turinger and asked, if the master really accepts you to get started, then will you go back to Tianxian Mansion in the future? Hu Linger replied calmly, go back and do more. It's good here. Isolated. You can practice with peace of mind. Demons are rampant outside. I don't want to go back and suffer. Fong Liang was speechless. The heavenly immortal mansion has spent so many resources cultivating you. Now there is a crisis. You've not done anything. If you don't say you won't go back, you won't go back. If you become a great cultivator one day, you won't betray my ancestor like this. As soon as this remark came out, the melon-eating crowd immediately gathered around. I want to see Turing being scared like this. How to answer? Turing sighed, said helplessly, What is betrayal? I just left the heavenly immortal mansion, and it is not an enemy of the heavenly immortal mansion. What kind of betrayal is this? Besides, isn't this a mountain of assimilation and immortality? As long as I practice hard and hard, isn't that the greatest comfort to Master and his old man? As soon as the words fell, there was a thunderclap in the sky. Such a big battle. Presumably, there must be a powerful breakthrough that has succeeded. Turing frowned slightly, muttered, "The guy finally succeeded." Fong Haoqi asked, "Who succeeded?" Ji Xianxian Tianxian Mansion was proud on the first day. He finally broke through, following the immortal god's self-achievement. In the Tianxian Mansion, it is like the stars holding the moon. It was originally our resource, all for his use. It is a matter of course to have this achievement. Turing's eyes were complex. Peer with Ji Xianxian. It's the sorrow of their pride these days. This is also the reason why Turinger does not want to return to the heavenly immortal mansion. Now Ji immortal god has broken through again. Presumably, there is no rival in the world. The invasion of demons can also be easily resolved. Fong Liang listened. There was a war intent in his eyes. Ji Xianxian's talent is indeed rare in the world. But compared to Shizu, I'm afraid it's a long way off. The Enlightenment Sword also echoed the Tao. Ji Xianxian is no longer powerful. It is impossible to surpass my master. Turing nodded. You're right. Your master is a land god. Of course, he is not mortal. Turinger looked up at the Fuso tree. I was quite unwilling. Obviously, he has natal powers in his hands. There is no need for training and penance to surpass your peers. But there was a sacrifice to the fairy god. Now, I couldn't be more different from him. It's impossible to catch up, not to mention surpassing him. Now I've found my way out of my dreams. I hope this opportunity can help me soar. At this time, the congenital cave is in the house. Hanju was looking at Bitian, thinking about the Mahayana realm. There was a slight movement after the 9th floor. Heaven will reject me. If it is really promoted to the scattered wonderland, I don't know what kind of punishment it will cause. Fortunately, when I have a blue sky. Hanju hesitated whether to be promoted. After all, after the consummation of the 9th floor, the cultivation is no longer able to rise. Thinking of the demon's imminent move. Only if you really have the strength to surpass the mortal world. It's safe. Hanju no longer hesitated. Practicing Qi building fund. Dun Yuan Infant Hot. Tolerance and deficiency are combined. The catastrophe is a success. Hanju walked steadily step by step. The mortal cultivation chapter of the 6 realms of Reincarnation Palace has been integrated. At this moment, Hanju's heart was surging. Begin to storm the scattered wonderland. Intends to break through the shackles of the world in one fell swoop. With constant shocks, Hanju finally saw that there was a sky outside the sky. I saw the 6 realms of reincarnation. Scattered immortals, earth immortals, true immortals, Xian immortals, golden immortals, peerless Taoists. It's just a few scattered immortals. And the vermilion bird is also a fairy. Wait for me, Hanju, to succeed. These 2 henchmen can be feared. At this moment, Hanju has turned the 6 realms into a steady stream of precedence. Help him break through the sky. I also reproduce abnormal noises. Black clouds enveloped the entire ascetic immortal mountain. Xing Hongxian thought that this was the power of the heavenly tribulation. However, Li Qingzi saw something strange. Belch! It's a god. This is not a catastrophe. This is heaven's punishment. Hanju broke through the 2 realms of the scattered immortals, the audience, and the previous life. Mysterious power in the imperial palace. Don't paddle away. Your top luck is here again. If you can't wait, please click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the QQ Reading app. Search for the name of the video Wonderful. Follow up saw cool books in one go. Pick up the last back. When Hanju broke through the realm of scattered immortals. Draw heavenly punishment. The crowd looked to the top of the mountain in horror. It was Hanju's cave mansion that had an unusually ethereal, immortal aura, emanating from the mountain of ascetic cultivation into immortals. Everyone speculated that Hanju might be breaking through again. But Sun Chang'an said, "It didn't happen before. This is the first time this is the case." Fairy Shishuan was puzzled. What realm is Hanju now? If it's a breakthrough, that's going to happen. Why do you stay in the cave all the time? Li Qingzi said, "Elder Han will also survive the tribulation. I have taken him through the calamity before. This time I must have had some kind of epiphany." Xing Hongxian smirked. "That's how good my husband is." The husband and servant Linger couldn't help but look at her. Could it be that this is the master's wife? At this time, Suki hurriedly reminded everyone, heavenly punishment is not long-sighted. Let's think about how to protect ourselves. That's when it happened. Heavenly punishment suddenly slashed the purple-red heavenly thunder. Smile like a dragon. Towards the mountain of ascetic cultivation. Chickens and dogs jumped on the ground. Kunkin and Chaos Tengu hid in fright. I saw that the power of heavenly punishment flew straight first. But suddenly the car braked in the sky above the immortal mountain of the Penance City. Look left and right. It seems to be looking for a target. Helplessly, the magic of love in the sky goes round and round. This spectacle stunned the people on the ground, who knew that the power of this heavenly slash finally turned around. No more chopping. Suddenly, the sky cleared. The clouds dispersed. The sun was shining down. The bewildered crowd looked confused. That's a bit of... At this time, the blue sky in the Xiantian cave mansion was exuding a strange light. Hanju's whole body was shrouded in this light. It seems that it was the blue sky that had an effect. At this time, Hanju had already made a successful breakthrough. He was feeling the surging immortal power in his body. At the same time, a prompt came from the system. Congratulations on your achievement of reincarnation. You have the following options. 1 is to soar immediately. Enjoy the baptism of heaven. To obtain an arcana, a heavenly Tao spirit stone. The second is not to soar for the time being. Stay in the mortal world. To obtain an arcana. 3 lines of words popped out in front of Hanju's eyes. He chose the second option directly, since you can escape the catastrophe. Nor was he expelled by the heavenly Tao. What's the point of flying up, unless Heavenly Court really wants to destroy the world? Otherwise, I will stay here and cultivate into an immortal mountain. You choose not to ascend for the time being. Obtain Arcana. Congratulations on obtaining the Tai Arcana. Taishi Phoenix Wing Crown. Taishi Phoenix Wing Crown. Tai Defense Arcana. Ether Breath. A crown made of phoenix wings. Extremely defensive. Defense Arcana is simply too good. Hanju was in a happier mood, but in terms of efficacy, with Hanjun's glass view, he valued the 4-grade spiritual treasure. It's not enough to see anymore. Hanju plans to give it to someone who is destined. However, the author painted the crown so small for Mao every time. It looks like it's missing a little bit of a domineering sissy. Hanju continued to consolidate his cultivation. Since the moment he became an immortal, his soul began to resonate with heaven and earth. A sense of transparency has been achieved that has never been seen before. Hanju felt a lot less restrained. It seems that the heaven and earth can no longer be stopped. He could leap out of the mortal world with a single leap. It's a wonderful feeling. Hanju condensed his mind. Out of body. Quickly jump out of the cave. Come to the top of the mountain of ascetic cultivation. The restraints of the heavenly Tao seem to be less than 90%. At this time, you can concentrate your mind and dispel the world. God, nowhere to go. Everything at a glance. It's so cool to become an immortal. At this time, Hanju really had a feeling of self-esteem. He looked down. I saw that the disciples and grandchildren had phantoms above their heads. There was a black phoenix hovering above Black Yuji's head. It is very different from his image of a fat koan. It can be said that there is a world of difference. Looking for Chang'an. On the top of the head is a ginseng plant. Fong Liang. Overhead was a cloud of European gas. Suki's black gas, maybe a non-chief. Morong Chi. A divine figure hovers overhead, dressed in armor, mighty and domineering. Yang Tiandong's black shadow held Fong Tian's halberd, and the enlightenment sword is still the grass of heaven and earth. No wonder legend has it that immortals travel the world, looking for geniuses. It turns out that if you scatter the fairyland, you can see the identity of others in their previous lives. Hanju's gaze fell on Turinger, the soul of the great witch, who lingers good-looking. It's a beauty, but the great witch looked extremely hideous. The image is weird. When Hanju stared at the soul of the great witch, the great witch soul suddenly looked up at Hanju. The great witch's soul opened its mouth at Hanju. There was no sound, though, but Hanju knew what he was talking about. Help me. Han was puzzled. Why do you want me to save him? The great witch soul said. Finally, the immortals came to the mortal world, as if he wanted Hanju to help him get free. Hanju was puzzled. This guy is not in a previous life. More like a remnant. Otherwise, why would there be interaction? Could it be that Turinger is his carrier? Case. Hanju didn't want to interact with him more. Grab the feeling of the current breakout first. It is the right thing to be baptized by the power of reincarnation in the higher worlds. Hanju continued to rise into the air. The soul of the great which wanted to keep it, but it was too late. Do you want to go to the upper realm or to the underworld? He was afraid that Suzuka would squat on it. Let's go to the underworld and give it a try. Hanju did not hesitate that the 8-foot lady would always guard him. Hanju opens the door to reincarnation. Creeping in. Familiar dimness. The familiar breath of reincarnation. Fortunately, there are no yellow springs nearby. There is no helpless bridge. It shouldn't be in that man's sphere of influence. Hanju dispersed his divine sense. There are no living creatures within a radius of thousands of miles. His primordial spirit began to enjoy the baptism of the breath of reincarnation. In the process, his primordial strength increased rapidly. It felt very comfortable. Great. That's when it happened. In the darkness, a large hand grabbed at him. Un instant l'insensibilité. Immediately cast the sevenfold phantom step to dodge. Sure enough, it's still the mysterious powerhouse. I found it again. You're coming again, and a hoarse voice is coming. Korean dramas subconsciously want to run and so on. I won't hurt you. Hanju couldn't help but calm down when he heard this. Think about it. It seems that he had overreacted before. The other party really didn't mean to kill him. There is such a genius as you in the mortal world. Before the age of 800, he surpassed the mortal beings and did not cross the catastrophe and disperse. Immortal, you can freely travel between the two worlds of yin and yang. Not bad. Maybe you're the one I'm waiting for. Hanju understands the mystery of the life history of the Meng Pawu clan. Conclude an agreement. Help Turing's achievement as an immortal emperor. Don't take away your top luck. Friends who can't wait can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the QQ reading app. Search for the name of the video and follow up. I saw a cool book in one go. Pick up the last back. Hanju had just entered the underworld. I met the mysterious power. That would have kept him from panicking. There is no malice on his own. Not only praised Handuel, also said that Hanju was the person he was waiting for. Hear this. A group of Hanju panicked. What do you mean? What is this old lady waiting for me to do? Is she trying to woo me? Or they want to take me as an apprentice? I still want to take away my will. Hanju panicked even more. He looks so handsome. The qualifications are so high. It's just a matter of craving my body. If you want to take away me, That's bad. I don't know that it will make him not panic. The surroundings have been cut off by his spells. No one will hear their conversation. Han Jushin said that this time it was even worse. Controlled by this man. He was cautious in his courtesy. Asked in the lower state of mind, scattered immortals. Hanju didn't know what the identity of his predecessors was. So what's going on? I saw this power cast a spell. One hand points to the void. A dazzling light shines in the darkness. I only heard an old voice say, I'm from Naiho Bridge. I saw an endless long bridge emerge in the void. On the forehead of the bridge is written the word Naihi Bridge. The power continued, My duty is to guard the bridge. Take charge of the cycle of life and death. People have called me unfinished for generations. Anirecap. Mengpo. You are Mengpo. Mengpo smiled. I didn't expect you to know about me. So to speak. Your new apprentice. You know his heels, right? Hanju pretended to be stupid and puzzled. What heels he has? Isn't it Tianxian Mansion Tianjiao? Could it be that Tianxian Mansion has your support? Hanju didn't dare to say that he could see through the heels of the great witch by scattering the fairyland. If this spreads, it will definitely cause trouble. You don't know your disciples. Disciples and grandchildren are not ordinary people. The hoarse voice laughed playfully. Hanju broke out in a cold sweat. This Mengpa is the top brain who guards the Naihi Bridge in myths and legends. If you offend her, forcibly poured me a bowl of Mengpa soup. It's too bad. At this time, I can only bite to death and pretend to be stupid. Hanju said that he really didn't know the strength of the new disciple. I just think he's talented. The hoarse voice continued. Never mind. I'm not here to interrogate you. I'll get straight to the point. I want you to lead Turing to become the immortal emperor. Hanju was puzzled. What a realm that is. Is it another name for the golden immortal? Mengpa shook her head. The so-called first emperor is above the golden immortal. Completely get rid of the transcendent realm of the three decays of immortals. Hanju was even more puzzled. I'm just a wonderland. How can I achieve the immortal emperor on his behalf? Mengpa said, Turing is the reincarnation of my witch. She is the only witch with the ability to foresee chance. He can premonition the best chance for him through dreams. That's why he survived the Lich Holocaust. He can find you. It must be because you can make him stronger. As soon as Hanju wanted to get rid of Mengpa, he interrupted him. Go on. You've been to Hades before. I specifically looked into you. Your past life is nothing. There is no background support. There is no great karma to tie it up. But you have miraculously come this far in the mortal world by yourself. Maybe you're an enigmatic character. It will be the true hope of my Wu clan. Hanju guessed that it was the system brought by his own crossing. Blinded by heaven. This made Mengpa unable to see through her past life. And the Mengpo of this world turned out to be from the Wu clan. At this time, Mengpa threw an olive branch to Hanju. As long as you lead Turing's achievements to become the immortal emperor, you are the benefactor of my witch clan for generations. If you die on the road to eternal life, I can take you in and give you a chance to do it all over again. Hanju understood this sentence as, Mengpa can give her one more life. Mengpa said, reincarnation can actually be related to such a thing. Whether resurrected or reincarnated, it all had to go through his hands. Not drinking Mengpa soup is only the most rudimentary means. If the benefits are in place, a new ritual can be tailored to you. An open-minded life. No matter what the personality, as long as you want me, Mengpa can open the back door for you. But if you want to be reborn again and again, it's another story. Hanju was shocked by his words. Mengpo's power can cross the cycle of reincarnation and intervene in life and death. If it was him, he could help, then the crisis of the mortal world will be solved. Hanju immediately hugged his thigh. I can take your request, senior. But the younger generation also has a tricky matter. I don't know when to say it, say that Mengpa let her. But it doesn't hurt to say that. The little things that scatter the wonderland. He can still solve it. Hanju said that he wanted Mengpa to mediate the heavenly court, clean up the perils of the mortal world. Mengpa said embarrassedly, "It won't help." Hanju asked Mengpa with a pulled face, "How can you just say it and change it?" Mengpa said helplessly, "The underworld is under the jurisdiction of the heavenly court. How can one of my subordinates interfere in the arrangement of the superiors?" Hanju was also very helpless. He didn't expect it to be the same as a myth here. The heavenly court still governs the mortal world of the underworld. The mortal world is in danger. Mengpo also understood. Hanju was worried. It means that if the mortal world is destroyed by the heavenly court, are you willing to come to the underworld to cultivate? I can ask you to bring Turing's life to the underworld. Hanju took the opportunity to increase the weight. Then can I bring other disciples? We didn't ask for too much. As long as you can continue to cultivate quietly. Mengpa said there was no problem. I can draw you a quiet place in Hades. Hanju breathed a sigh of relief. It's much more secure now. Hanju talked about the topic that he had just tailored his subconscious. Mengpa promised no jokes. But you're not happy with that? Hanju said that he was satisfied. But I've been doing penance for the sake of immortality. You've made it for me. I'm afraid I won't need it in my lifetime. Mengpa said it didn't hurt. If you don't need it, leave opportunities to the people you care about. After all, your talent is unmatched in the mortal world. In the future, it will only become more and more lonely. This sentence made Hanju stunned. Genshin is a little unstable. Hanju hurriedly took his leave. I plan to return to the Yang world to continue my cultivation. Mengpa asked him, "The agreement between you and me is settled." Hanju said that he had already seen Turing's eyes. What's more, he has already worshipped me as a teacher. As a master, I had the responsibility to take him to college. When that's all that is said, Hanju received a system prompt. Mengpa has a crush on you. The current opinion rating is 3 stars. In a trance, a beautiful face appeared in Hanju's mind. Hanju rubbed his eyes. I thought it was because I was unstable. The Mengpa in front of her is still the same old woman. Mengpa saw that Hanju's method of piercing the Yin sword was not simple. It was Turing's luck to be able to practice with a master of your aptitude. The hope for the future of our Wu clan is up to you. After that, Mengpo's body erupted with a dazzling light, sent Hanju's divine soul back to the Yang world. Hanju opened his eyes again. His own spirit has returned to its place. Who the hell was that face just now? Even the system can't see through it. Bring up Mengpo's information panel. Only then did Hanju discover that Mengpa turned out to be a Tai true immortal. This kind of power must have a good relationship. At this moment, Hanju thought again. Mengpo's words. The farther you go, the more lonely you become. Master Shishuan is old. The qualifications of those girls may not be able to reach the tribulation realm. In case they hang up after a day, you can say hello to Mengpa. Don't let them drink the soup. When they die, they will find Mengpa and go to the fairy land through the back door. The lifespan has reached millions of years. After all, how strong should the great Luo golden immortal of the divine realm be? Don't paddle away. Your top luck is here again. Friends who can't wait can click on the link in the bottom left corner. Download the QQ reading app. Search for the name of the video. Wonderful follow-up. It's cool to see in one breath. The book is picked up again. After Hanju said goodbye to Mengpa, continue to consolidate the cultivation. Penance into a fairy mountain. It also returned to its former calm. The apprentices and grandchildren also continued to live a life of fishing in the Air Force. It's 3 years later. The disciples were talking about how Hanju had been in retreat for so long. I don't know how strong his old man is now, although Hanju has been cultivating penance. But you can visit him at any time on weekdays. Unlike this number of times a year, must not be disturbed. Even the Enlightenment sword was driven out. We don't know. I'm afraid it's already a cultivation above the 5th level of the Mahayana realm. Fong Liang said while making a nest. The 5th layer of the Mahayana realm. Just that trace of overflowing fairy energy. It led to heavenly punishment. I'm afraid that the 9th layer of the Mahayana realm can't do it. The 3-headed Jiao King retorted disdainfully. Your master has reached at least the 9th level of the Mahayana realm. The 2 heads of the 3-headed Jiao King were curious. Hanju is obviously an ascetic. Cultivation is to reach the apex of the world. Why not soar? The 3 heads were also puzzled. Could it be that he wants to experience the invincibility of the world? But Hanju doesn't go out either, or stir the king to see through. Hanju must not be able to let go of his apprentice, disciples, and grandchildren. Turing was also curious. How high is Hanju's cultivation? Is it really, as Fong Liang said, it's already a land fairy? That's when it happened. Hanju transmitted the message to the Enlightenment sword. Let him in. When the Enlightenment sword heard this, he immediately got up with joy, rushing towards the innate cave mansion. Others understand when they see this. Hanju's retreat has ended. Inside the congenital cave, the consolidation of Hanju's cultivation ended. The state of his whole person has changed. The spiritual treasure of the body shines brightly. Like a fairy, he has completely become a reincarnation immortal. The strength is more than 100 times stronger than before the breakthrough. The lifespan has reached a staggering 1.29 million years. This is close to an infinite lifespan. It made him feel better than ever. He directly pulled out the Book of Doom. I want to squander a little life. Get ready for a good Huahua Suzuku. As for the peerless Tao people, there is nothing to be afraid of now. At this time, the Enlightenment sword had already arrived at the cave. Curiously asked Hanju how long it took this time. Is it the realm or the supernatural power that breaks through? Hanju told him that he was a realm. Enlightenment sword. Very happy. The host is just amazing. In such a short period of time, it has broken through a small realm. You smiled it slightly. Said, it's not a small realm. This can scare the Enlightenment sword a lot. Could it be that you have already taken out Hanju's Liuli Pass? Let the Enlightenment sword be handed over to Xing Hongxian. I'm going to have to go into retreat for a while. Don't make a public statement. I became an immortal. The Enlightenment sword was ordered to withdraw from the cave. At this moment, Hanju felt that the aura of cultivating into an immortal mountain was indeed different. It is very similar to the aura when he first broke through to the scattered immortals. And the source of this aura comes from the Fuso tree. The Fusang tree exudes more than the aura of heaven and earth. There's also a more advanced aura. This aura is much more powerful. I can't find it with the eyesight of the Mahayana mirror. This should be the immortal chi in the fairy world. No wonder this tree attracts the creatures of the upper realms to the earth. If that's the case, the place where the Fusang tree rests is set to become a fairyland. You can absorb immortal energy in the fairyland on earth. That means I can continue to cultivate in the human world. But there's one more point. He was very confused about whether his reincarnation scattered immortal realm was equal to scattered immortal realm. The 6 realms of reincarnation are divided into scattered immortals. Earth immortals, goddess, true immortals, Xianxian, golden immortals. Whether the reincarnation emperor immortal is equal to the Tai earth immortal. If it is a matter of soaring under Tai in this realm, I'm afraid I have to think about it in the long run. This kind of thing has to be seen by the long river. Asked the old man. You continue to